The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, will lead the national anthem today.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I think I got this right now. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to note that in 1929, on October 18th, the highest court of appeal in Canada recognized women as persons, Mr. Speaker, under the law. It may seem strange, but that is the case. So on October 18th, we celebrate this day, and it reminds me of all of the women who became pioneers in our beautiful country, so that a person like me could rise in this house today. It reminds me of my grandmother, who had a business in Montreal in the 1940s. Mr. Speaker, she didn't even have the right to have a bank account, and she had a business. So this is a day where we need to remember that our rights as women should never be taken for granted. We must always protect them. We must never go backwards. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is running our country like he's the captain of the Titanic. He justified his record-high spending because interest rates were at historic lows. He encouraged Canadians to keep borrowing because those rates would stay low. He may as well said our country's finances were unsinkable. The captain of the crew of this ship ignored all the warnings about icebergs. And look where we are today. Inflation and interest rates are hitting record highs. Canadians are now running to the lifeboats as the cost of food, fuel, and home heating continue to climb. Too many people are losing their jobs, their homes, their savings, and any hope they had for the future. It was hubris that sunk the Titanic, but it's arrogance and entitlement from this Prime Minister that's sinking Canadians now. Conservatives will right the ship by axing the tax on gas and groceries. We will end inflationary deficits. Let's give Canadians a lifeline and bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Speaker, our government's New Horizons for Seniors program provides funding for projects that make a difference in the lives of seniors and their communities. Last year, the Street Art Seniors of Stouffville, also known as SAS, received support from the New Horizons for Seniors grant. SAS is exactly the kind of initiative New Horizons was created to support. It provides seniors with an opportunity to express themselves, supports their inclusion in the community, addresses social isolation and ageism. A few weeks ago, Street Art Seniors of Stouffville received a Community Impact Award for elevating the spirit and quality of life in the community. It's a wonderful example of the incredible talent and innovative initiatives happening in Stouffville. Thank you to Margaret Wallace, Jennifer Onlock, and the team at the Latcham Art Gallery for your leadership and hard work. Thank you to the seniors who took part, and thank you to everyone who helped make this project a reality.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Société Saint-Jean-Baptiste has just honored the memory of one of the greatest hockey players in Quebec's history, Mike Bossy, who sadly passed away too young last year. For this Maurice Richard Award, which recognizes Quebecers who have risen to the rank of the greatest athletes, it's hard to think of a more deserving candidate than Mike Bossy. What he has achieved may never be seen again. He was the first after the Rocket to score 50 goals in 50 games, the first rookie to score at least 50 goals in a year. His 9 consecutive seasons with 50 or more goals is an unparalleled feat. With 4 Stanley Cups and countless trophies to his credit, the New York Islanders right winger has earned his place in the Hall of Fame. The son of Ukrainian immigrants, Mike Bossy has carved out a special place in the hearts of Quebecers, both on the ice and during his long career in French-language media. This great athlete has left his mark on Quebec in more ways than one. Hats off to Mike Bossy. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker.
Stand in the House today to recognize all the incredible small business owners in the community of Orléans and across Canada as we are celebrating Small Business Week. Whether it's local young entrepreneurs like Maïssa Zemni of Makeup by Maïssa Zemni, Elizabeth and Jordan, founders of Art of Being Coffee Co., or a small family business such as Beyond Cafe, located on Saint-Joseph Boulevard and owned by Ella, Vaid, and Asti Mechi. Small businesses are the heart of our communities, the backbone and the engine of our local economy. Mr. Speaker, let's celebrate each and every one of them for their achievement and their hard work. Let's continue to support our small businesses and the people behind them. Bonne semaine.
Happy Small Business Week to all small businesses in Orleans and Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your election. Throughout the country, requests for help with food are skyrocketing. People who donated food in the past now have to ask for help themselves. Fortunately, community organizations continue to hold the fort and to work miracles to help families in Quebec and especially in my riding. I'm thinking in particular of Frigo Val Boncoeur, the Boîte à Fringales, Frigo Partage de Loretteville, Frigo Amélie Frédéric, the St. Vincent de Paul Society, Rayon de Soleil, the Comptoir Agostine de Wendake, Accueil Saint-Ambroise de Loretteville, Solidarité Famille, and Le Piolet, among others. These are organizations that directly help people who are in need. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you to each of these hundreds of volunteers who help us. I'm appealing to everyone who's in a position to donate. Every dollar counts. Every item counts. Let's be generous. The Honourable Member for Toronto-St. Paul.
Speaker, this morning on this Person's Day, I walked over to the truly powerful Famous Five statue in front of the Senate building to reflect on the progress made since these pioneering women fought to have women declared as persons. I think they would be proud. There's now parity of women in our Senate, parity of women in Cabinet, 30% women in the House of Commons, pensions, Medicare, childcare, dental care, almost 60% of women in the workforce, the highest in the OECD. We have made serious efforts to address violence against women, the original goal of the Famous Five and their temperance movement colleagues. Today, we remember the clarion call of the formidable Nellie McClung. Never retreat, never apologize. Get the thing done and let them howl. So today we honor and thank the Famous Fives. We will get the equality thing done and let the misogynists howl.
The Honourable Member for London West.
I rise in this House to condemn the attacks conducted by Hamas on October 7th, and I call on Hamas to release and safely return the Israeli hostages to their loved ones. I condemn the airstrike on the Al-Hi Baptist Hospital from yesterday. What we're witnessing in Gaza is a humanitarian catastrophe. Over 1 million people have now been displaced. 3,000 have been killed. A third of them are children. I implore us to exhaust all tools that would allow humanitarian corridors to open for humanitarian aid to reach Palestinians. Now, more than ever, we need governments to work together to de-escalate the situation in Gaza and ensure the safety of innocent civilians. My deepest condolences go out to every single person that has lost a loved one on either side of this conflict. Jewish and Palestinian communities are looking for leadership to see their humanity. That is our job as leaders, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister has added more to Canada's national debt than all other previous Prime Ministers combined. That's right. The Prime Minister told Canadians that his government would take on debt so Canadians wouldn't have to. But now, Canadians are paying the price for this Prime Minister's massive deficits and inflationary spending. After $500 billion of inflationary deficits, the Bank of Canada was forced to hike interest rates 10 times in just 19 months. And now, monthly mortgage payments have increased by 150% since this Prime Minister took office. To keep up with this Prime Minister's inflationary spending, Canada will spend $240 billion over the next 5 years to service our debt. The Prime Minister is wrong. It's not the government who is taking on the debt, it's Canadians. Canadians won't be fooled. They know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we celebrate the 44th annual Small Business Week. Small business owners are the backbone of Canada's economy and the heart of our communities. And every October we celebrate their resilience and entrepreneurial spirit. Over the last few years, the challenges of running a small business have changed dramatically. But entrepreneurs across Canada have recovered, innovated, and adapted, Mr. Speaker. Through it all, our government has been there to support them. From the Canada Emergency Business Account, keeping doors open during the pandemic, to the Canada Digital Adoption Program, helping businesses compete in the digital era, to programs helping underrepresented groups fulfill their entrepreneurial goals, our government has been there for small business, Mr. Speaker. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business, I am excited to roll up my sleeves and get to work with entrepreneurs and small business owners across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Regina Leuven.
After 8 long, miserable years, Canadians are sick and tired of this NDP Liberal government. The Liberal ministers were happy to take a photo op with grocery CEOs and then promise that prices would go down before Thanksgiving. Well, Thanksgiving has come and gone, and the prices continue to climb. Yet another broken promise by these Liberals. Canadians just can't trust anything they say. First, the industry minister met and said he has a plan to lower food prices. Then he said prices were stabilizing and Canadians should look for this in their local grocery flyers. Now he seems to have no idea what's going on. What this Prime Minister needs to realize is just like budgets, grocery bills will not balance themselves. All Canadians know that this Prime Minister simply is not worth the cost.
The honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, housing costs have doubled and people are struggling to pay their mortgages and make rent, something that affects small towns and big cities across Canada and Canadians both young and old. In a series of town halls and meetings I hosted last week, the number one concern I heard about was the cost of living, leading to a genuine fear about the future. After 8 years, this Liberal Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Conservatives demand that the Liberals bring back a balanced budget, since we've painfully learned that budgets don't balance themselves. Goldie Hyder from the Business Council of Canada recently said, and I quote, "With long-term interest rates at the highest they've been in years, it is irresponsible to suggest that economic growth will be higher than interest rates for years to come. Governments can no longer run permanent large deficits without fear. It's time to balance the budget to bring home lower prices for Canadians."
The honourable member from Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Mr. Speaker, as we mark Persons Day and pay tribute to the famous five, I'd like to highlight the contribution of Thérèse Casgrain, another great Canadian woman whose efforts not only enabled Quebec women to obtain the right to vote in 1940, but who fought throughout her life to improve the situation of Quebec women. Her political work, commitment, and achievements are examples that inspire many of us to this day. She became head of the Social Democratic Party, and she became the first woman leader of a political party in Canada. She was appointed senator, a person, in 1970. Mr. Speaker, the famous five, Thérèse Casgrain, and the women of that era who fought for our rights, opened the doors for us. Let's make sure we keep them wide open. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
Despite the harsh colonial and genocidal policies that my mom was forced to endure, my mom had the strength to have faith and teach me about love and forgiveness, as with many Indigenous peoples. I am comforted in knowing my mom is finally at peace. If she had access to great programs like those provided by Dashinta, I think she would have worked harder to stop intergenerational trauma being passed on to her great-grandchildren. Organizations like Dashinta are important because they show the benefits of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit leadership in helping each other. Their funding is running out, and we must ensure sustainable funding toward healing and cultural programs to continue without interruption. I call on all members to be champions of organizations like Dashinta in your ridings. Together, we can break systemic racism and act on reconciliation.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in one of their beautiful songs, Beau Dommage sang that all of their nightmares happen at 6 o'clock on television. These words sadly resonate with the difficult times in which we live. Ukraine, Nagorno-Karabakh, Gaza, everywhere, war sows tears and desolation, and there will be no winners. Who wins when children die? Who wins when civilians are strewn across deserted streets, when hospitals where the sick and wounded seek care and refuge are bombed? Who wins? Which God will rejoice over the death of a child? Which government will proudly claim the death of a grandmother? What cause justifies the tears, the pain, the grief? Who is proud of humanity, Mr. Speaker? Who would tell us, seeing our weakness in the face of the climate emergency and our fervor when it comes to killing each other, keep up the good work? I don't know how it's all going to end, and I have no desire to see the results of these dark days, but I do know that humanity must pull itself together. I know that we need to pull ourselves together, Mr. Speaker. I know one thing. We have to be better than this, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, small business owners are the unsung heroes of the Canadian economy. These entrepreneurs make up almost 98% of all employer businesses, employ nearly 2/3 of the private labour force, and provide meaningful paychecks to millions of Canadians. But after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, I doubt that small business owners feel like unsung heroes. Higher inflation, higher payroll taxes, higher carbon taxes, a labour crisis, higher rent, more red tape, and increased crime rates are hurting Main Street businesses across Canada. Business insolvencies continue to rise at alarming rates year over year and month over month. More businesses are closing than opening. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
That's right.
This Small Business Week, I want small business owners to know that Conservatives are hearing your challenges, and we are committed to axing Trudeau's carbon tax, lowering business taxes, and fostering an environment where small businesses are able to grow, innovate, and create powerful paychecks
Hear, hear.
once again.
Great job.
The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today is a special day for all the women in this room and indeed across Canada. It is Persons Day. On October 18, 1929, the Privy Council of England ruled that women are indeed persons under the law. This victory was the result of a long and courageous legal battle by Canadian women known as the Famous Five. This ruling allowed women to fully participate in political life. However, not all women. Indigenous, Black, and Asian women were not included until much later, and women from diverse backgrounds faced discrimination which limited their ability to participate. The struggle persists, Although we have made progress, women as a group, and even more so marginalized women, continue to be underrepresented. Persons Day reminds us to continue the fight begun by the famous five until we achieve equal representation for all women and gender-diverse people, because there cannot be true democracy unless women's voices are clearly heard. Thank you.
Comme elle avait promis avant la semaine de relâche, la présidence souhaite faire une déclaration à propos de l'ordre.
As promised before the break week, the Speaker would like to make a statement about order and decorum in the House.
Après 8 ans de ce gouvernement, le taux d'inflation.
After 8 years with this government, inflation is the highest it's ever been in Quebec.
The honourable member, you will have an opportunity to start with oral questions once I just make this statement to the House. Question period will follow immediately after this statement.
Question period.
Jeremy? May I ask the honourable member, please, to take his seat for a moment while I consult with the table. So, colleagues, the Speaker has the choice as to when to start question period. There will be a full question period that will follow after this declaration from the Speaker. It's important for us to make this declaration. Point of order. The Honourable House Leader from the Opposition.
Just like to remind the Chair of Standing Order 5A, time for statements by members, oral questions, orders of the day. At 2 p.m. on Mondays, not later than 2:15 p.m., as the case may be, oral questions shall be taken up. Not may be taken up, shall be taken up. It's well past 2:15, Mr. Speaker.
After consultation with the table, it is important for members to understand that we have dérogé de cette habitude de commencer.
That we have moved away from starting exactly on time.
Le président, la présidence va faire cette déclaration.
The Speaker will make a statement. It's not my intention to make this a habit. But according to the standing orders, I do have the opportunity of starting oral questions after my statement.
The honourable member from Regina.
The Speaker ought to know when rules are not followed, when there is a derogation from a rule, when that is pointed out to the Speaker then enforces the rules. These standing orders are the property of the House. It's up to the House to decide when we're not going to follow a rule or when we're going to change a rule. This is a standing order that the House has adopted. You are a servant of the House. You should follow the standing order.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Regina Capel for pointing out the standing orders, and indeed he is correct. There are written standing orders. However, there is a long tradition in this House that the Speaker has the ability to making sure. Can I ask the honourable member to please allow me to finish as I have the floor at this time? I'll be happy to recognize the honourable member for a point of order. It is really important that we understand that the Speaker does have this ability to make a statement. We will have full oral questions at the end of this statement from the Speaker. It is an important message, which I think members would appreciate hearing, because it gives an indication as to how the Speaker is going to be proceeding in the months and years to follow. Colleagues,
as promised before the constituency week.
Order, the honourable member from Carleton.
Every day in this House, the opposition has the occasion to respond to the actions of and hold the government accountable for its actions on behalf of Canadians. That happens at 2:15 every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That is not a may, that is not a possible, that is a shall. There is nothing in the clause that creates question period in the standing orders that allows the Speaker to arbitrarily change the time in order to give a speech. I will note that the Speaker has a plethora of occasions to stand on his feet and make any point he wants or any declaration he likes. He does not need to do it in the middle of the sacred period during which we hold the government to account. Now, I see, now if I'm Mr. Speaker, if I may, this is the first time in all of my years here that I have seen a Speaker interrupt question period to make a speech. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. And I furthermore, the fact that you've risen to your feet in order to impose apparently a series of guidelines that are not approved by the Board of the Internal Economy or voted on by the House of Commons, and that you're doing it in violation of one of the existing rules that is already in place, suggests a very serious and unusual departure from the normal way in which Parliament exists. The government is here to serve Parliament, not the other way around. We ask that you allow us to proceed with question period and you make your statement afterwards.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Carleton for his intervention. I would like to inform the House, though, this is not the first time that the Speaker has interrupted the proceedings to make a statement from the chair between the point of SO 31s and oral questions. Colleagues, so that everybody can understand this very clearly, my immediate predecessor, for example, has done this at least on 2 occasions. It also has been done by speakers in the past. I'm going to continue with this statement. I think it's important for all members to understand this, and I'd like to reassure the member from Carleton and all members that there are going to be no new standing orders that would require the approval of you members. But we're talking about, I invite you to listen to this statement. I would invite you to listen to this statement in order to be able to improve order and decorum in this House.
Good job.
Come.
Disorder comes. That's what you've done.
Comme elle avait promis avant.
As promised before the constituency week, the chair would like to make a statement on order and decorum in the House. In a very simple way, order and decorum are signs of respect for each other and for the institution. Respect, which is necessary for productive debate in a deliberative assembly. It is, in fact, fundamental to Parliament's ability to fulfill its constitutional role.
I decided to stand for Speaker because in the 8 years that I've been a member, and prior to that as a keen follower of parliamentary proceedings, I've noticed a deterioration in the collective decorum in this place. It is important to note that this deterioration was not inevitable. It is not a natural outgrowth of the advent of social media. We can choose to conduct ourselves differently. I suspected other members felt the same way, and during the many discussions that I held recently with members from all sides of the House, confirmed this feeling. Decorum and disorder was the one issue that was most often mentioned to me in the one-on-one exchanges that I had, and not just in passing. Perhaps most importantly of all, members felt that bad behavior dishonors not only ourselves as elected members of Parliament, but also dishonors Canadian democracy. Le 3 octobre 2000.
On October 3rd, 2023, when I was invited to take the chair for the first time, I said, we need to make sure that we treat each other with respect and that we show Canadians an example, because there can be no dialogue unless there is mutual understanding of respect. There can be no ability to pursue arguments, to make points be heard, unless we all agree to extend to each other that sense of respect and decorum.
La citation. J'en étais alors.
I meant it then. I mean it now.
Members should not be surprised by my statement today. Not long ago, on May 8th, 2023, my predecessor rightly said, in a ruling on decorum which can be found at page 14,090 of the Bates, quote, the rules and practices governing order and decorum are intended in part to ensure that proceedings are conducted in a civil, courteous, and respectful manner. In particular, members are expected to address each other through the chair and to avoid making any offensive or disruptive remarks. For example, stating directly or indirectly that a colleague is a liar or has lied is unacceptable, unquote. The honourable member from has raising a point of order.
I would usually ask if this was a filibuster, but for the purposes of planning, I'm wondering if the Speaker might indicate to the House how long he expects to continue.
The member, this should continue it's not a point of order first, thank you, but I will let members know that it will continue for the time that it will take. It shouldn't be too long. So after... The House is a place where freedom of speech is primordial and where views are strongly held and vigorously defended. While the chair must allow the widest range of individual expression possible, members are expected to be mindful of their words and behaviors within the realm of what would be considered parliamentary. Je réitère les propos du président.
I wish to echo the words of Speaker Milliken, which can be found at page 3719 of the October 5, 2006 debates, and I quote, "But the exercise of that freedom of speech ought to be based on the underlying principle of respect to the House and to other members. Conduct should not cause a disruption to proceedings." It would be an understatement to say that we have been plagued in recent weeks by what any observer would have to admit is an unusually noisy chamber, particularly during question period. Some of the disorder is being triggered by questionable language or provocative statements, but much of it also appears to be generated by interruptions, interjections, or other demonstrations, actions that seem to be designed to drown out or plainly disrupt those asking questions or those answering them. But when the noise reaches levels where no one, not even the Speaker, can hear what is being said, the House as a whole loses some credibility. So, I appeal to all honorable members for cooperation. I will continue to try to give members wide latitude in expressing their points of view. But I ask for all members' assistance in ensuring that we can all hear the member who's been recognized and who has the floor, end quote. Going forward, I will be fair and will ensure that all members, regardless of which side of the House they sit on, can freely speak their minds, vigorously hold the government to account, challenge each other's ideas, and thoroughly consider public business. As your Speaker, I will equally be looking for ways of improving the overall decorum in the House, and I will be dogged in that pursuit.
I commit to doing this as your servant and to enforce the rules that you yourselves have given the House on your behalf. I will do so with humility and also with an outreached hand. Within our purview, all the chair occupants will work collectively to ensure that the rules of order and decorum are respected, applied consistently, and to the same standards. As another one of my predecessors, the member for Regina Capel, stated on December 12, 2012, at pages 13,215 and 13,216 of debates, quote, "My task as Speaker is to ensure that the intensity of feelings expressed around some issues is contained within the bounds of civility without infringing on the freedom of speech that members enjoy. The Chair tries to ensure that our rules are adhered to in a way that encourages mutual respect. However, all members will recognize that ultimately the Speaker must depend on their collective self-discipline to maintain order and to foster decorum. My authority to enforce the rules depends on the cooperation of the House. Our electors expect all members to make greater efforts to curb disorder and unruly behavior. So I urge all members to reflect on how best to return to the House to the convivial, cooperative atmosphere I know all of us would prefer." Unquote. Étant donné l'esprit collégial.
Because of the collegial character of the House and the broad privileges enjoyed by its members, no one, not even the Speaker, can act unilaterally to improve the level of decorum in the chamber. Despite my own strong individual determination to maintaining the dignity and decorum of the House, ultimately those efforts will come to naught without members themselves taking responsibility for their behavior and conduct and showing their own personal efforts in comporting their business in an appropriate and civil manner. I will therefore need your help in order to succeed.
Observed over the years as a member, the following issues have deteriorated and need to be addressed. First, excessive, disruptive, and loud heckling must be toned down. Occasional heckling has always been a part of our proceedings, and a light-hearted or clever comment will often enhance debate rather than detract from it. However, far too often, heckling is boorish and rude, designed to intimidate, insult, or drown out others. Members have a right to be heard and to hear the proceedings going on around them. The frequent and time-consuming disorder it creates must stop. Excessive interruptions must be curtailed. Deuxièmement, bien que je sois...
Second, while I'm committed to protecting the individual privilege of freedom of speech necessary for our debates, too frequently, our ideas and thoughts are expressed in provocative terms, leading to tense exchanges that harm the necessary collegiality for our work. We have in the past had members likening their colleagues to Mussolini, or calling each other racists, or shouting obscenities. Latitude in expressing one's point of view will be given, but questionable language and unnecessarily provocative statements will not be tolerated.
Finally, the growing tendency to make pointed criticism in a way that is unnecessarily personal and designed to denigrate, bully, elicit an emotional reaction, or to attack the integrity of the person introduces a toxicity to our proceedings which hampers our ability to get things done. This includes coming up with fake titles for members in order to mock them, or comments that questions their courage, their honesty, or their commitment to their country. I would also include comments designed to draw attention to the absence of members as a means of embarrassing them, even though this is against our rules. As many of my predecessors have underscored, there are multiple places members must go to fulfill their duties. I will point out, there are examples of these sorts of comments on all sides of the House. Insofar as personal attacks can be limited, I will use whatever tools I have at my disposal to do so. Les problèmes que j'ai soulignés se manifestent sur...
The above-mentioned issues tend to be displayed most prominently during statements by members and daily question period. This is unfortunate, because this is when our proceedings receive the most attention from those watching or from the public in the galleries, and from which clips are most widely circulated on social media. These are the issues I will focus most of my efforts on resolving. While the House is master of its own proceedings and the Speaker its servant, the Chair has the authority to enforce rules of debate to maintain order and decorum so that the House may conduct its business in an orderly fashion. The standing orders of the House state explicitly that the Speaker shall preserve order and decorum and decide questions of order. This duty, which extends to the other chair occupants, carries with it a wide-ranging authority covering matters as diverse as the behavior and attire of members, the conduct of proceedings, the rules of debate, and disruptions on the floor of the chamber and its galleries.
As such, any challenge to the authority of the chair by refusing to respect a call to order, to withdraw language ruled to be unparliamentary, to cease irrelevance and repetition in debate, or to stop interrupting a member who has the floor, can be addressed through recourse to a number of options. For instance, the chair may recognize another member or refuse to recognize a member until the offending remarks are retracted and the member apologizes immediately in person or at a later time in writing to the Speaker. As a last resort, the chair may name a member, the most severe disciplinary power at the Speaker's disposal. In the days and weeks ahead, as I proceed as outlined above, I will continue my discussions with individual members as well as with House officers in the different parties to see how we can join forces in our collective objective to improve the decorum in our proceedings. Je remercie les députés.
I thank all members for their attention and invite them to reflect on the statement I've made today. I also wish to indicate that members are always free to come and see me if they wish to discuss the matter further. I thank the members.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 8 long years of this Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost, and especially in Quebec, where the inflation rate has hit 4.8%, higher than elsewhere in Canada. After 8 years of inflationary deficits, the solution proposed by the Liberals and the Bloc is to significantly increase costs through a tax on gas and diesel that will increase the cost of every product that's transported. Will they put an end to these inflationary policies so that Quebecers can buy food and gas and housing? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no lessons to take from the Conservatives. What the Conservatives are proposing for the Canadians listening to us is to cut services, cut investments, and cut the future of Canada. We have a plan to help Canadians prosper in the 21st century economy. And what Canadians are realizing is that the Conservatives are too dangerous for our country. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, I will ignore that member's lack of decorum and his emotionally charged approach to focus on Canadians. Because I can actually take it. I can take the debate and have it out in the open. Mr. Speaker, he talks about cuts. Canadians are making cuts in their own lives. We now have a new phenomenon in Canada, which is the middle class homeless. We used to just have young people living in their parents' basements. Now we have parents moving into their children's basements. Will the Prime Minister reverse the inflationary policies that doubled housing costs and are forcing seniors to move into their kids' basements just to avoid going homeless?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague for the question. Canada has a AAA credit rating, the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7, and low unemployment. And in addition, we will always be there to support the middle class, Mr. Speaker, whether it is 6 million old age seniors with the old age security benefit, whether it is 11 million Canadians with the grocery rebate, whether it is 4 million Canadians with the business supports. Mr. Speaker, what we do on this side of the House is invest in Canadians to build a stronger economy day after day, year after year, and we will continue on that course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Incompetent rating agencies mean absolutely nothing to the, quote, unhoused seniors who say that for affordable housing in Metro Vancouver, that the only thing that turns up is nothing, nothing, and nothing. Nor does it mean anything to, and I quote again, this is even from the CBC, living in his broken down car, homeless man says he has until Thursday to move. We have both nurses and carpenters living in parking lots after 8 years of this Prime Minister doubling housing costs. Will they stop driving up the cost of living so that Canadians can house, feed, and heat their families?
The Honourable Minister.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and here's the truth for seniors. Fixing the global inflation problem is not going to be fixed by cutting dental support to 3.5 million seniors, and that's what the Leader of the Opposition would do. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, to get to the tens of billions of dollars of cuts he's talking about, it would mean cuts to our healthcare system. It would mean making sure, unfortunately, that the investments like we saw in BC to transform our health system won't happen. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It doesn't mean just poor health outcomes. It means more costs in the future. It means a less resilient country, and it means a much worse future for our seniors. That's what he's peddling, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, this government that's promising over $10 billion of cuts right now because they suddenly woke up and realized that they were bankrupt. When we were in office, we actually managed to balance the budget while growing healthcare spending every single year. In fact, growing it faster than the current government. But today, the biggest threat to the health of Canadians is homelessness. People are losing their homes because this Prime Minister has doubled the cost of housing. Will he realize, with people living in parking lots, that after 8 years, he's just not worth the cost?
Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite
Lena had ministre.
we don't balance budgets on the backs of Canadians. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we invest in Canadians. Let me give you one example, Mr. Speaker. Lifting almost 500,000 children out of poverty with the Canada Child Benefit. And every single time there's an opportunity to support Canadians, Mr. Speaker, what does the other side of the House do? They vote against. Collinswood. That is not the way in which we will build a strong economy.
Once again, I'd like to remind members to please conduct themselves in a way that is appropriate. And I'll also ask members to please keep the voices down so the speaker can hear at least what is going on. If not, the members would ask a question. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member is right about one thing. They don't balance the budget on the backs of Canadians. They run massive inflationary deficits on the backs of Canadians. On another matter, Mr. Speaker, our hearts were broken to see a hospital in Gaza struck by a missile. Disinformation peddled by Hamas and regurgitated by CBC was then amplified by the Prime Minister. Does he agree with President Biden that the offending missile originated with terrorists in Gaza?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, our government has been unequivocal in condemning the terrorist attacks of Hamas against Israeli citizens. We are also adamant that attacks on civilians are wrong. We call on all parties to observe international law. Our hearts go out to the innocent Palestinian victims that have died as a result of this attack, and we will continue to work with partners around the world to call for a humanitarian corridor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of Belleuil-Chamblay.
Dans le terrible conflit qui déchire la bande de Gaza.
The conflict tearing Gaza apart means that civilians are leaving in unspeakable distress. Humanitarian aid needs to get to the Gaza Strip. It needs to be able to get there without condition, regardless of the origin of those conditions. Canada needs a strong voice to do anything in this context. They need to reach out to friends in Israel or Palestine and friends of peace. Will Canada join the initiative with the United States, Germany, France, the UK, and others? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was one of the first to go to that region in order to be there for our Israeli and Palestinian friends. We were one of the first nations to give a strong voice to the situation between Israel and Hamas. And we are there to continue to have a humanitarian corridor, and we are there to defend the rights of all civilians in that zone. The Honourable Leader or Member for Belleuil-Chamblay. The United Nations cannot be heard alone. They need friends and credibility. Am I given to understand that the Prime Minister over the last 11 days has not spoken once to the President of the United States? In the countries neighboring Quebec, they say you have to walk the talk, or les bottines doivent suivre les babines. We need to go beyond good intentions. Should the Prime Minister not consider walking the talk? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the beginning of this truly horrendous crisis for everyone involved, many innocent victims have fallen in that region. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have been in contact with allies, with stakeholders in the region. We are there to play a leadership role and a collaborative role in order to help resolve this conflict. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Before Thanksgiving, the Minister of Industry said prices for groceries are coming down. Canadians just needed to check out grocery flyers. But now the Prime Minister or the Minister is backtracking, saying, well, he's not sure because the grocery CEO's plans are too secret. If the Minister can't get answers, then we will. Will the Minister of Grocery Flyers support our motion to summon the grocery CEOs back to Parliament again?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker. I'm really surprised in the way of that question, Mr. Speaker. We did one thing that has never been done in Canadian history. We called the 5 CEOs of the groceries in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, and we expressed the frustration of 40 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, about the price of grocery. I would enjoy all members of this House to give the same message that I give. Make sure you help Canadians and help us to stabilize price in Canada. That's what Canadian expects.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Clearly, the Minister's plan to ask them nicely is not working.
That's right.
On va résumer. Un jour.
Let's summarize. One day, the Minister says that they need to check prices in flyers. But now they don't know CEO's plans to stabilize prices because their plans are too secret. It's very clear that the Minister doesn't have a plan, so we can give him one. We tabled a new motion to force CEOs of large grocery chains to come back to appear before committee. Will the government support it? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear the question from the Leader of the NDP. Not only is that what we proposed, but I wrote to the chair of the committee to ask the chair to invite the CEOs of large grocery chains in Canada to share their plan with Canadians. So I'm glad to hear his question because we are the ones who asked the chair of the Parliamentary Committee to ask the CEOs to come and appear before Canadians. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The government is saying that they have not been briefed on verified intelligence confirmed by the President of the United States that has led to the retraction of media reports around the world about yesterday's explosion by IRGC-backed terrorists that killed innocent civilians in Gaza. After 8 years, is the relationship with our closest allies, our Five Eyes partners, so damaged that they don't even share with Canada what they have already told the rest of the world?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The situation in Gaza is a tragedy. The loss of Palestinian lives is absolutely horrifying. This is an unthinkable act, and it's imperative that innocent Palestinians be protected and that international law be upheld. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary Forest Lawn.
The Business Council of Canada is warning the Liberal NDP government they can no longer run large permanent deficits without fear. After 8 long years, this Prime Minister added more debt than every government between 1867 and 2015 combined, creating 40-year highs in inflation and the fastest interest rate hikes ever. There is a massive fear of a looming mortgage default crisis if they don't balance the budget now. He's just not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister stand up today and support our common sense, fiscally responsible motion to bring in balanced budgets so Canadians can keep their homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague talks about fear. There is also fear among Canadians that the Conservatives are going to cut programs that they rely on. Mr. Speaker, this week, the Canada Child Benefit checks will arrive at Canadians' doors, Mr. Speaker, and in the members' riding in Calgary Forest Lawn, that means that individuals will get up to $10,000 lowered from their child care fees. Mr. Speaker, there are also 400,000 families in Calgary Forest Lawn that get the Canada Child Benefit checks.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
The Prime Minister promised that interest rates were going to remain low, and Canadians believed him, so they went out, they bought homes, and they took out mortgages. But after 8 years of liberal inflationary deficits, interest rates are at a 30-year high, and many Canadian families are now not finding they can't pay their mortgage. In fact, the Business Council of Canada just said governments can't permanently run deficits without fear. So will this finance minister stop running her inflationary deficits so interest rates will come down and Canadian families won't lose their homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and of course, allow me to correct the record. There are actually 400,000 families in Alberta collecting the Canada Child Benefit checks, Mr. Speaker. Those checks are coming out this week. And Mr. Speaker, under what the Conservatives are proposing, they would have those checks completely removed. They would be cutting those supports for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I will remind you that while we continue to support Canadians, we are also running the lowest deficit here in Canada among all G7 countries. Good job.
Député de Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one cut that we're going to make. We're going to cut about 80 members from that side of the House when we form a common-sense Conservative government. And when we do that, we will address the concerns like the ship worker in Vancouver who's paying $7,500 a month for a mortgage. Wow. And what do they say? They talk about a AAA credit rating. How out of touch. They're gaslighting Canadians. Will they cut these inflationary deficits and get interest rates under control? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear a member of the opposition speak about C-SPAN. It is a very important member of the business community in my riding of North Vancouver. I was very pleased a couple of years ago to join the Prime Minister to announce the commitment to build an additional 18 Coast Guard vessels worth almost $16 billion, which will provide well-paid employment for the employees at C-SPAN for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, we are going to create good economic jobs, we are going to ensure economic opportunities for Canadians, and we are going to ensure affordability at the same time. Hear, hear.
I'm going to ask once again for members to please refrain from taking the floor when they are not been recognized by the chair, and to leave the questions so that they can be answered so that colleagues can hear them.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. In the coming months, we expect to see a wave of mortgage renewals. RBC is going to renew 41% of its mortgages, but it's going to be difficult with interest rates that keep rising. We're seeing inflation on mortgage costs reaching over 30% a month. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, nothing's going right. Will he explain to people how they're going to pay their mortgages and not end up in the street? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Statistics Canada gave us good news. Inflation went down again here in Canada. Our government continues to work to help Canadians that are having trouble making ends meet. In this House, we have a bill before parliamentarians that will stabilize grocery prices throughout Canada. The Conservatives are playing political games with measures that could help Canadians. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I'm not sure where she read that good news, because We heard from Statistics Canada that inflation went up in Quebec and hit 4.8%. That's the fourth month in a row that Quebec has had the highest inflation rate in Canada. Food inflation's at 6.7%. After 8 years under this Prime Minister with his help from the Bloc, people are literally having trouble feeding their families. Are these the sunny ways promised 8 years ago? This Liberal government's not worth the cost. Does the Prime Minister recognize that in Canada in 2023 it's shameful for people to struggle to feed themselves? The Honourable Minister.
Allô, je suis là, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
I'm here, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to affordability, we need to help all Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing on this side of the House. This morning, we've heard a statement that 98% of housing starts are due to programs that will help Canadians get a roof, and we're going to continue to work on that. The Honourable Member for Davignon, Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, S&P Global revealed that Canada is going to be one of the world's leading oil producers by 2024. Forget the green transition. Canada is going to be one of the biggest oil producers on the planet. The Conservatives applaud this, but it's not their doing. It's the Liberals' doing. Under their watch, oil production went up by 10% in the midst of a climate crisis. Under their watch, Canada will produce 500,000 more barrels of oil every day. Is that really the environmental record Liberals want to leave as their legacy?
I'd like to ask before the minister answers the question, I'd like to ask the member from Signal Hill to please wait his turn to be recognized by the chair to take the floor. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable colleague sait que le cause de changement.
My honourable colleagues know that climate change is caused by greenhouse gas emissions, and we're going to reduce those emissions in every sector of the economy. We have a detailed plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to grow an economy that will be prosperous in an economy that will be low in carbon. And that's what we're going to continue to do. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Canada is going to become a worldwide driver for oil production 2024 thanks to Trans Mountain. Trans Mountain is going to enable Canada to break oil production records and therefore break pollution records. But taxpayers are paying for Trans Mountain, and it's costing us $30.9 billion. $30.9 billion is almost $800 a person, including babies. The Liberals are charging us $800 each to pollute more. Not to mention subsidies and the costs of natural disasters. How dare the Liberals ask Quebecers to pay to pollute more? The Honourable Minister. I thank my colleague for her question, but I'm wondering why she's not talking about what the government has done recently. We recently announced the biggest investment in the history of Quebec called Northvolt. That's going to make batteries for electric vehicles. My colleague should have focused on that issue because not only will Quebec be a champion of the car industry, it's going to be a champion of the green economy. That's what we're doing.
Député de Peterborough-Kawartha.
Over and over, this Liberal NDP government promised interest rates would not go up. But after 8 miserable years of this Prime Minister, Canadians know that is not true. Mortgage defaults and forced home sales are on the rise. Lindsay is one of hundreds who wrote to me to tell me about her skyrocketing mortgage rate. She's paying an extra $1,250 a month. She doesn't have an extra $1,250 a month. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. So when will he stop his inflationary spending so Canadians like Lindsay can keep their home?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the opportunity to visit Peterborough, that member's riding, where I announced
$42 million for the construction or renovation of over 1,100 units of housing. You know what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? Wow. That member voted against every program that made that funding possible, Mr. Speaker, and then she tried to take credit for it. It's astounding what the Conservatives continue to do. What Canadians need is a government to be behind them, to see more construction built, to see the Canada Child Benefit continue to have an effect. Dental care, child care, they're against all of those, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary-Mindeport.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, the deficit continues to rise. In March, the finance minister said that this year the deficit was going to be $40 billion. Well, the parliamentary budget officer just told us that she was off by at least $6 billion. Wow. Earlier this month, in a Senate committee, finance officials couldn't even say what the Liberal NDP government is spending on debt interest charges. This Prime Minister simply isn't worth the cost. So when will this Prime Minister come up with a plan to balance the budget so Canadians can keep their homes?
Mr. Speaker, I find it highly shocking that Albertans from the Conservative Party in this House are absolutely silent on a matter that really affects the middle class in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the government of Alberta trying to take Alberta pensioners out of the Canadian pension plan, destabilizing the pension plan for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. They talk a big game in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, but when it comes to actually defending Albertans, they sit on the sidelines while we have their backs.
The honourable member from Mégantic-Clairette. After years of inflationary spending, the Prime Minister has literally killed the dream of young Quebecers to become homeowners. Imagine a young Montrealer has to earn $116,000 a year in order to buy a house, which doesn't include a 20% down payment. How can a young person earn that kind of salary and put money aside for that? After 8 years, did the Liberals realize that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost and that people in the middle class can no longer afford a Prime Minister that's mortgaging their future? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What Montrealers don't understand is why Conservatives are delaying the implementation of measures that will help build more apartments, more homes throughout the country. We have a bill before this House, and the Conservatives, even those who said publicly they'd vote for it, well, they don't want it to move forward. We're being slowed down. And we can't deliver because the Conservatives are delaying a bill in this House, and it's shameful. The honourable member from Mégantic-Clairette. The Liberals should have called so that we could discuss it. They're the ones who are delaying passage of this bill after 8 years of the consequences of Liberal action are disastrous. In Quebec, inflation is the highest in the country, nearly 5% for the fourth month in a row. Like all parents in Quebec, I'm worried for my children's future. They're going to be facing the highest interest rates in the last 40 years. Food is too expensive, rent is unaffordable, and interest rates are skyrocketing. When will they stop mortgaging the future of our children? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the Conservatives love to claim that they can give us lessons in economics, but the last time they were in power, not only did they leave behind a mess for Liberals to clean up, they cut in pensions, they cut in EI, they cut in border security, the army, federal prisons in science and research. Here, we support economic growth, but the Conservatives are only good for axing. They're not so good at calculating.
Député de Vancouver Est.
The City of Toronto and housing advocates warn that unhoused people will die as the weather gets colder. Toronto's shelter system, the largest in Canada, is beyond capacity. Hundreds of people are being turned away every day, including refugees and asylum seekers. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments walked away from housing and left the city scrambling to house people in need. Toronto is pleading for support. Will the Liberals step up and provide the funding required to the City of Toronto so that no one has to sleep or die on the streets this winter?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, I've worked with that member for a number of years now, and I don't doubt for a moment her commitment to housing. And she knows, because she voted for it, that we doubled the funding for homelessness through the Reaching Home initiative. And in fact, Toronto has received $290 million to combat homelessness. We will continue to work with not-for-profit organizations that are on the ground doing the vital work to get people off the street and providing them with the wraparound supports that they need to make a transition towards something better.
Here.
Good job.
L'honorable député de Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness in Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and Port Moody is up by 86%. Community leaders from the Tri-Cities Homeless and Housing Task Group are calling for political courage. I agree. People unable to find a home is past the point of a crisis, and with colder weather on its way, action is needed. But the Liberals are out of touch, and their lack of concern is appalling. What are the Liberals going to do to get people into affordable homes before the winter?
L'honorable député, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
This government was the first government in Canadian history, in fact, to recognize that there is a human right to housing. And we continue to act in that vein through the National Housing Strategy, a strategy that has resulted in 70,000 people being taken off the street. 122,000 people who were very close to being homeless, no longer in that position because of the vital supports that they've been given. They are now housed. We'll continue to do everything we can, and we embrace partnership through working with provinces, municipalities, and I emphasize not-for-profit organizations that are key to all of this.
Good job. L'honorable député de Kings Hants.
Speaker, our government is focused on helping Atlantic Canada drive the tremendous economic opportunities that exist for clean energy in our region. That's exactly why we advanced Bill C-49 in close partnership with Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia. We also have a mutual goal of getting off coal-fired electricity while expanding clean energy grids. Premier Higgs and Houston were both in Ottawa this week to talk about their provincial plans to do just that. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources explain how our government is working in cooperation with Nova Scotia and New Brunswick to support that crucial transition while being mindful of affordability? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you to the member for his continuous advocacy for Atlantic Canadians. He and his Atlantic Liberal colleagues stood up against the Conservatives who opposed Bill C-49, including Conservative members from Atlantic Canada, whose communities will benefit from the good, sustainable jobs and economic opportunities that this act will bring. This week, Canada, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick agreed to advance collaboration and progress on delivering clean, affordable, and reliable electricity while phasing out coal by 2030, driving to net zero electricity grid by 2035. This will fight climate change and create good jobs and economic opportunity across Atlantic Canada.
L'honorable député de Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the State Department updated their travel advisory to Lebanon to the highest level, advising all U.S. citizens of the following: do not travel to Lebanon. But the government's overall travel advisory for Lebanon advises Canadian citizens to avoid non-essential travel, which is not the highest level. Why is this government always a dollar short and a day late when it comes to protecting the safety and security of Canadians overseas?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would disagree with the honourable member. We are never late protecting Canadians. We will always stand up for the security and safety of Canadians here in Canada and abroad. As the Speaker knows, yesterday the Minister indicated that Canadians in Lebanon should make plans to leave. We are aware that the situation could be volatile there, so we want to make sure Canadians are safe. So she has advised Canadians to leave the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has been late. It was late in the fall of Kabul in August of 2021. Has the government not learned the lessons of 2006 and 2021 of Beirut and Kabul? Throughout the Middle East and North Africa, there has been an outbreak of protests and violence targeting Western interests and Western missions. Will the government clearly communicate to Canadians information necessary to ensure their safety and inform Canadians about security threats they are facing in the region in a timely manner?
Hear, hear.
Le secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we have, and we will continue to. These decisions are made by officials on the best advice. We will continue. We will continue, as we always do, to ensure that Canadians are safe when they are abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, 8 years of inflationary Liberal policies have forced Quebecers deeper into debt. We learned today that Quebec is Canada's inflation champion for the 4th month in a row. Groceries, housing, gas, everything's more expensive, courtesy of the Liberals with Bloc support. And the experts don't see any change anytime soon. Can this government finally offer Quebecers some concrete solutions and quit their reckless spending and get rid of the carbon tax?
Then I have
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always surprised that there are Conservatives from Quebec talking about the carbon tax because, Mr. Speaker, there is no carbon tax, no federal carbon tax in Quebec. Quebec is a leader when it comes to action against climate change. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to backtrack under the Conservatives. We don't want to stop our action to protect our environment in Quebec. The Conservatives are completely out of touch. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, 8 years of inflationary Liberal policies have forced Quebecers deeper into debt. Young people are afraid they'll never be able to own a home. Others are suffering from financial anxiety. In spite of this, the government and the Bloc are supporting an increase to the carbon tax. We can't say it often enough. A vote for the Bloc will cost you. Why doesn't the Prime Minister give Quebecers a break and backtrack on his inflationary carbon tax?
The
Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talks about cutting, but where? In housing? Is there too much money going to housing? Is it pensions? Does she think our seniors are getting too much money? Is it dental care? Is it child care? Perhaps culture? Because they're so happy to make cuts in those areas. Which would they choose? They should stand up and say where they're going to make the cuts. The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals committed a terrible injustice when they created 2 classes of seniors by refusing to increase the OAS for 65 to 74-year-olds. Today they have a historic opportunity to fix it. They can treat all seniors fairly in the face of a soaring cost of living and economic uncertainty. Will they support the Bloc's bill, C319, and put an end to 2 classes of seniors by increasing pensions for everyone 65 and over? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've made huge progress in helping seniors out. This has helped reduce poverty among those 65 and over. We restored the retirement age to 65. We increased the GIS, despite the constant opposition from the Bloc. And yes, we increased the OAS for the most vulnerable seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, that's not right. If seniors were satisfied with the federal government, groups that represent them like the AREQ, the AQRP, and the AFES wouldn't be on the Hill today. They're here to ask the government to support C319. Seniors are the ones telling us that C319 will make a difference in their lives. They're the ones saying that only a fair pension increase for all seniors will protect them from financial insecurity. That's what seniors want from the Liberals. Will they finally listen and support the bill? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we restored the retirement age. We brought it back down from 67 to 65. We increased the GIS. And we did this in spite of the Bloc's opposition. We increased the OAS for those seniors that are the most vulnerable and for those with in need of dental care and other care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Abbotsford. Today, this House will vote on whether to protect the mentally ill against assisted suicide. But yesterday, the Justice Minister falsely claimed that euthanizing vulnerable Canadians was good public policy and the only way to comply with Canadian law. Meanwhile, we're hearing more and more reports of Canadians crying out for help and being offered assisted suicide instead. Is this the sorry state of our mental health system? Millions of Canadians oppose this government's fascination with assisted death. Will this government now bring a full stop to this madness?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, there is not one among us in this House that doesn't have people that we love that are deeply vulnerable, that have been in a state of mental health crisis. And every single person in this House wants to make sure that those people get the support and strength they need. That's why we're making critical investments there. But we also have to make sure that people who are trapped in mental illness and deep, profound suffering, that we examine what's the best way to deal with those circumstances. That's why we're working to reconstitute the Joint Committee so that we can look at this process, look at how we responsibly deal with these issues in a way that respects and protects vulnerable people.
Then I have Deputy de Banff-Fairtree.
Each year on November 11th, we gather to remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our nation. But now, under this Liberal government, our military chaplains are being told they can't even pray for the fallen. During World War II, chaplains led prayer on the boats on the eve of the D-Day landings. And chaplains have provided last rites to dying soldiers in the fields. But now, the Prime Minister is telling Canadians that on Remembrance Day, they can't even pray for those who fought for our country? What is going on, Mr. Speaker?
Here, here.
Veterans over there? Shameful. That's hideous.
Stephen. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Monsieur le Président, écoutez, aujourd'hui.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give a shout out to our veterans and all those who've served our country. Everyone, to all these people, we need to say thank you. Thank you to the men and women who, particularly at this point in time, are defending what we do. And November 11th, as it is for many of my friends and colleagues here, on November 11th, we will remember and we will never forget everything our veterans have done for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wow. Shameful. Wow. Shameful answer. Wow. Unacceptable.
L'honorable député de
Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are discriminating against people of faith who are wanting to pay tribute to our veterans. And it's bad Liberal policy that is actually driving down morale in the Canadian Armed Forces. It was reported that troops are leaving the forces in droves because of the lack of good, affordable housing. And sadly, military families are being forced to ask for donations to help offset the high cost of food and housing. After 8 long years, the troops can no longer afford these Liberals or will make that sacrifice. When will the Prime Minister finally start supporting our troops? Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Monsieur le Président, I won't take any lessons today from this side of the House. Because you know what, Mr. President? When they were in power, they actually cut spending, fall below 1%. Let me be very clear. Military members and their families are our top priorities. And we're taking steps to ensure that they are supported. In our budget 2022, we've invested $55 million in residential housing for CAF. We will be there for our troops. We will always support them, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, because the parliamentary secretary was close to me, I was able to hear her answer. I'm not certain if other members were able to hear her as clearly. Colleagues, I do ask you to please cede the floor to the person who's been recognized by the chair to be able to answer the question so that you can answer it. You can ask again. The honourable member from Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En tant que
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the Acadian community in New Brunswick and the proud member for Madawaska-Restigouche, I'm pleased to repeat the announcement that was made a short while ago about the Acadian National Celebration for 2024. My colleagues and I, Acadians, want to ensure that these celebrations continue to enjoy support from the federal government. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage explain how the federal government is supporting the Acadian community, its culture, and its celebrations?
The
Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that my colleagues worked very hard on the announcement that was made today, and I thank them for their cooperation. The announcement today reasserts the federal government's commitment to Acadian culture and history. And with the announcement today, we are going to be providing the $500,000 that is needed. So the we're rounding up to with a $250,000 commitment, and this is great news. And it is added to the funding for the Acadian Convention that is soon to come.
Député de Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law. This includes the Prime Minister. And after 8 years, he is the only one in Canadian history found guilty of breaking not one, but 2 ethics laws. And now with the Rise scam, the RCMP is investigating criminality in the highest echelons of this government. And what is the Prime Minister's response? He shuts down debate. He shuts down committee, and now he hides behind cabinet confidence. He is not worth the cost. Under dark clouds of suspicion, will the Prime Minister cooperate now with several RCMP investigations?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite should know by this time, the Prime Minister does not dictate committees. In fact, it is the responsibility of members in this House to determine what the committees decide to move forward with. But with that being said, Mr. Speaker, we have faith and trust in the RCMP and those that are set to investigate any accusations of wrongdoing. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to any reports that come forward from the RCMP, and Mr. Speaker, any form of misconduct will have consequences.
May I remind the member from Brantford Brant to please, he had the opportunity to ask his question, to please listen to the response without comment. The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, Canadians would love for reports to come from the RCMP, but this Prime Minister is hiding behind cabinet confidences in the NDP Liberal coalition to keep Canadians in the dark about wrongdoing. That's why they weren't able to launch that criminal investigation into this government. And if you can believe it, there's a $1 billion so-called green slush fund that through misappropriation and conflicts of interest, this government has had to suspend because there's $150 million taxpayer dollars that have been mismanaged. Now, whistleblowers are looking for employment and reprisal protection, but we know that this government will do what they always do and throw a whistleblower under the bus, just like they did with Jody Wilson-Raybould when she called out corrupt Liberals. Will they protect these whistleblowers?
Mr.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question, and for Canadians watching at home, remember to this House what are the facts. The moment, Mr. Speaker, that we heard about allegation of misconduct, we immediately commissioned a third-party independent expert to investigate these allegations. They reported back to me, and Mr. Speaker, we have suspended, in good governance, the funds that would be disbursed to protect the interest of Canadians, and I can assure this member that we'll take all measures required to make sure that proper governance is applied in all agencies of the Government of Canada.
It's not true, though. PSPC knew in advance.
Député de Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has declared the Liberal No More Pipelines Act unconstitutional. Ignoring concerns from Canadians, the Prime Minister and his Minister for Carbon Taxes seemed hell-bent on destroying our natural resource sector. After 8 years of this Prime Minister's anti-resource agenda, Canadians are suffering. Common-sense Conservatives will advocate for our natural resource sector. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, when will this NDP Liberal government do the right thing and repeal this disastrous bill?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians understand that when the Conservative Party was in power, they gutted the environmental legislation that existed in this country in 2012. They undermined the confidence that Canadians had that the environment was going to be protected, that the rights of Indigenous peoples would be respected, such that good projects could go ahead. We have put into place a system of better rules that ensure environmental sustainability, respect for Indigenous rights, that will accelerate the work that we are doing to ensure that good projects move ahead. With respect to the Supreme Court decision, there are some surgical tweaks that we will make to ensure that we actually move forward.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Jews in Canada represent just 1% of the population. Yet, as Irwin Collar reminds us, they are victims of 67% of reported hate crimes in Canada. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, and Mr. Speaker, Islamophobia is too. I met with Jewish students yesterday who are afraid to be outed as Jews in their own community for fear of their safety. I have spoken with Muslims who are afraid to be outed as Muslims in their own communities for fear of their safety. Can the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion let us know what role the government is playing in addressing the real anxieties of Jews and Muslims in Canada right now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to acknowledge just how difficult the past few days and weeks have been, both for the Jewish and Muslim communities, and I want them to know that all of us here stand with and in solidarity with the communities. On Monday, Mr. Speaker, we announced the appointment of Ms. Deborah Lyons as Canada's Special Envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism. And as she stated, Mr. Speaker, she will work closely with her counterpart, the Special Envoy on Combating Islamophobia, to support both communities during this difficult time when feelings of anxiety, tensions, and fear are on the rise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, diversity is at the core of who we are as Canadians. We all need to be united in standing up against hate and intolerance whenever and wherever.
L'honorable député de North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, those who join the Canadian Forces do so because they believe in service to their country. Now members are leaving their jobs because they can't keep up with rising house costs. Those who keep us safe can't afford a home. And the Liberals and Conservative solution? Leave housing to condo developers who keep costs so high. The people who serve us deserve better. What is this government going to do to ensure that members of the Canadian Armed Forces do not become homeless?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Monsieur le Président, I want to say thanks to the member for raising, and I know how advocate she has brought forward a lot of issues in this House. But let me be very clear. Military members and their families are our top priorities, and we're taking steps to ensure that they are supported. This is why we're working with our stakeholders to align resources and acquire additional housing, Mr. Speaker. In our budget 2022-2023 alone, we've invested $55 million in residential housing for our CAF member. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The incredible irony here is that the portions of the impact assessment law the Supreme Court found were in excess of federal jurisdiction were the sections created by Stephen Harper in wrecking our previous predictable, strong environmental assessment legislation, the so-called designated project list, which was a very bad idea, the expert environmental law panel created under former Minister McKenna and then ignored by the government in bringing forward C-69, has the answers the government needs. Will this minister commit to reviewing those recommendations and putting them in place?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can agree that the Conservative Party destroyed environmental legislation in this country, undermined the integrity of those processes, such that it was incumbent on the new government to actually bring into place better rules that would allow major projects to be built in this country, that respected environmental rights, that respected the rights of Indigenous peoples. We have delivered that. We certainly respect the decision of the court. We will be making amendments to the Act, but the Supreme Court was clear, let me be very clear about this, that Parliament can enact legislation to protect the environment, and we certainly will continue to do that.
This brings to the end of oral questions. Colleagues, I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence of the gallery of Her Excellency Lindita Nicola, Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Albania, accompanied by our parliamentary delegation.
It being 3:42.
Member from Regina Leuven.
Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House concur in the following. The Speaker, to use the old hockey analogy, is nothing more than a referee. There is one thing I know, is that no one pays good money to see the referee. They go to see the stars. You see, the players on the ice. Said by you, Mr. Speaker, upon taking the chair on...
I'm afraid I hear that there's no unanimous consent for the motion from the member. It being...
It being 3:44, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
Before I continue, j'aimerais juste
I would like to remind members, you know, it goes against the rules of the House to continue discussions on the phone in the House. If you need to have discussions on the phone, I invite you to do that outside, and then you can vote with the application. The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Bragdon, moved that, given that, I don't see, may I? After 8 years of this Liberal government, this Prime Minister has added more to the national debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. 2. $500 billion of inflationary deficits has directly led to 40-year inflation highs. 3. Prior to Budget 2023, the Minister of Finance said, "What Canadians want right now is for inflation to come down and for interest rates to fall. And that is one of our primary goals in this year's budget, not to pour fuel on the fire of inflation," and then proceed to usher in $60 billion in new spending. 4. In order to combat inflation, the Bank of Canada has been forced to increase interest rates 10 times in just 19 months. 5. Interest rate increases have increased mortgage payments, and since this Prime Minister took office, monthly mortgage payments have increased 150% and now cost $3,500 on a typical family home. 6. The Liberal NDP government must exercise fiscal discipline and their inflation-driving deficits so that interest rates can be lowered. In order to avoid a mortgage default crisis, as warned by the International Monetary Fund, and to ensure Canadians do not lose their homes, the House call on the government to introduce a fiscal plan that includes a pathway back to balanced budgets in order to decrease inflation and interest rates, and to introduce this in the House of Commons prior to the Bank of Canada's next policy interest rate decision on October 25, 2023. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Bertud.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Webb.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber. Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Dollywell.
Mr. Dollywell.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Edkoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame
Madame
Shanahan.
Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton
Mrs.
South.
Zahid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpac.
Mr. McDonald Malpac.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Barron.
Mr. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
No, Ms.
no,
Matheson.
sorry, Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
What's going on?
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
You can call the name. Sorry? Ms. Tassi.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 181, 141.
I declare the motion defeated.
Colleagues, I would like to draw the attention to the House today that this was the first vote called by our table officer, Jubilee Jackson. We congratulate Jubilee on a job well done.
Now we're going to see if we can do it from the back going to the front. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-319 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. LaRouche, seconded by Mr. Thériault, moved that Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Madame LaRouche.
Madame LaRouche.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Carey. Mr. Weber. Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désidé.
Monsieur Désidé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire. Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
In the second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Bertud.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
In the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dedtel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Saint Marie.
Monsieur Saint Marie.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
In the second row.
McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
And in the first row.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Klaus.
We're going to go over there first.
Left, right, left. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. In the third row. In the second row. And in the first row. So let's try it again the right way. Que tous ceux à ma droite qui opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Menagerie.
Fourth row.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis. Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Menagerie.
Third row.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Lamour. Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madam Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Tassi, nay, contre.
Anybody else? Okay. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 173, 173. Nays contre 155, 155.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-314 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Ms. Ferreri, moves that C-314, an act to amend the criminal code, medical assistance in dying, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote.
Sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Madame Hughes. Ms. Cirillo.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Liu.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Ms. Gazan. Ms.
Ms.
Gazan.
Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Abyss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
In the second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Genuis.
Mr. Genis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Canning. Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
In the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Pulowski.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr.
In
McDonald.
the fourth row.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row.
Ms. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
In the second row.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Mr. Angus.
Mr.
Ms.
Angus.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Katusa.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Bérubé.
Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Cinquième rang.
Fifth row.
Madame
Chabot.
Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Balsado-Duval.
Monsieur Bassaro
Monsieur
Duval.
Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Troisième rang.
Third row.
Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Deuxième rang.
Second row.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Première rangée.
First row.
Marie.
Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Melpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr.
Fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzi.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Third row.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
All those in the second row.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
First row.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Varani.
Ms. Varani. Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. It doesn't look like there's any hands up there. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 150, 150. Nays contre 167, 167.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion under third reading stage of Bill C-244 under private members' business.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Miao, appuyé par Mr. Noor Mohammed, propose que le projet de loi C-240
Moved that Bill C-244 enact amend the Copyright Act diagnosis, maintenance, and repair be now read a third time and do pass.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford. Sorry. Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchak.
Mr. Kuzmarchak.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The second row.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
In the first row.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. All those in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Rillo.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Go back to the sixth row. We need to go back to the sixth row. Sixième rangée.
Retour à Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Zoyminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
In the second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Aboutev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
All those in the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Ms. Quan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, the fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, and first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, the fifth row, the fourth row, the third row, the second row, and the first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. I don't see anybody online, but I think we have somebody over there. Ms. DeBruzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was outside of the room and I tried to use the app, but it did not work. I will be voting in favor of this measure.
Bruson, yay pour.
Anybody else? Voila. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-325 under private members' business.
Question is as follows. Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moved that Bill C-325, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, conditions of release and conditional sentences, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
National. La période de
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Dead.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Bon. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazier.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Retour à Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Retour à Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
In the second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
In the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr.
Mrs.
Deadted.
Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row. First row.
All those at my, which way we're going here? All on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Cirillo.
Cirillo.
In the fifth row.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
The fourth row.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Mr. Cannings. Oh, pardon me. Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latancio.
Ms. Platanzio.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamover.
Mr. Lamover.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The second row.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
In the first row.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. Members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had technical problems, tried to vote remotely, so I've come back in and I would be voting no.
And there's nobody online. Anybody else in the chamber? There you go. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 180, 180.
I declare the motion defeated. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment will be as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on health. And the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the environment. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of second reading stage of Bill C-320 under private member's business. La question.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Carey, seconded by Mrs. Wagenthal, moves that Bill C-320, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Disclosure of Information to Victims, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Carey.
To members participating in person, all those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram. Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Mr. Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Liu.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ranger.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
The second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
In the first row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deadhead.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Katusa.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Ranger.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Latancio.
Miss Latanzio.
Country name Rogers.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Cedar Brampton East. Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Ms. O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
In the first row.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Okay, all those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, and the fifth row, in the fourth row, in the third row, the second row, and the first row. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties and may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's actually I voted accidentally the wrong way on the fifth vote on Bill C-325, and I'm wondering if I could change my vote.
Okay, can we go back to that? We'll go back to you after we complete this vote, and then we'll go back to you. Okay. Anybody else with problems voting on this particular vote? Voila. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 328, 328. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Okay, we go to Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to change my vote on Bill C-325 to contra against.
Okay, so, So Ms. Taylor-Roy would like to leave to change her vote. And which way we're going from, yay to nay or nay to yay?
I'm going from yay to nay.
Okay. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
Which vote did she ask?
Okay, point of order. Could you tell us just which bill were we voting on? The fifth one. Which number is that? 325. 325. Okay, we're good. All right. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms in motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. So thank you for calling us back up. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 77 minutes. Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I rise because there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That a special joint committee on medical assistance in dying be reappointed in accordance with recommendation 13 in the second report of the special joint committee on medical assistance in dying. B, 5 members of the Senate and 10 members of the House of Commons be members of the committee, including 5 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, 3 members of the House of Commons from the official opposition, and 2 members from the House of Commons from the opposition who are not members of the official opposition, with 2 chairs, of which the House co-chair shall be from the governing party and the Senate co-chair shall be determined by the Senate. C, in addition to the co-chairs, the committee shall elect 3 vice chairs from the House, of whom the first vice chair shall be from the Conservative Party of Canada, the second vice chair shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and the third vice chair shall be from the New Democratic Party. D, the quorum of the committee be 8 members whenever a vote, resolution, or other decision is taken, so long as both houses and 1 member of the governing party in the House, 1 from the opposition in the House, and 1 member of the Senate are represented. And that the joint chairs be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and authorize the printing thereof whenever 6 members are present, so long as both houses and 1 member of the governing party in the House, 1 member from the opposition in the House, and 1 member of the Senate are represented. E, the House of Commons members be named by their respective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their names, their members, to serve on the committee no later than 5 sitting days after the adoption of this motion. F, changes to the membership of the committee on the part of the House of Commons be effective immediately after notification by the relevant whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. G, Membership substitutions on the part of the House of Commons be permitted if required in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114(2). H, where applicable to the Special Joint Committee, the provisions relating to hybrid committee proceedings contained in the standing orders of the House of Commons shall also apply to the committee. I, the committee have the power to sit during sittings and adjournments of the House. II, report from time to time to senders for persons, papers, and records, and to print such papers and evidence as may be ordered by the committee. III, retain the services of expert, professional, technical, and clerical staff, including legal counsel. IV, appoint from among its members such subcommittees as may be deemed appropriate and to delegate to such subcommittees all or any of its powers except the power to report to the Senate and the House of Commons. V, authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings, and that the public proceedings be made available to the public via the Parliament of Canada's websites. J, the committee submit a final report of its review, including any recommendations to Parliament no later than January 31, 2024, and K, following the presentation of the final report in both houses, the committee shall expire, and that a message be sent to the Senate requesting that the House to unite with this House for the above purpose and to select, if the Senate deems advisable, members to act on the proposed special joint committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable motion, moving the motion, will please say nay.
D'accord. The motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms. Now, this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, was brought forward in the name of the member from Foothills. It is being reported back with amendment, but I wanted to give and offer my sincere congratulations to the member from Foothills. It'll be up for third reading at some point, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all those involved, the witnesses that we had before the committee, and we are reporting back the bill with amendment. Congratulations to the member from Foothills. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Blois, seconded by Mr. McDonald Malpeck, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Feeds Act, the Seeds Act, and the Pest Control Products Act, provisional registration and approval. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be up again and introduce this private member's bill. As you mentioned, the title of the bill is an act to amend the Feeds Act, Seeds Act, and Pest Control Products Act. And Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity in this House over the last 6 to 8 months to talk about the ways that we can drive competitiveness in the agricultural sector. And if you talk to farmers across this country, what they will talk about is the important tools, whether they be new seeds, new feeds, or crop protection products. How can we find ways to leverage the science and trusted jurisdictions elsewhere as part of those regulatory processes? So what the legislation proposes, Mr. Speaker, is it proposes a 90-day provisional registration, whereas an applicant arriving to Health Canada, CFIA, or PMRA would be able to show the science of jurisdictions elsewhere in the world where there is approval. It would allow those regulatory agencies to define what a trusted jurisdiction is, and it would allow for provisional registration to ensure farmers have access to these tools in a more timely manner without compromising public safety or the scientific process that we expect our Canadian regulators to undertake. The regulatory model that would follow, Mr. Speaker, I envision a moment where there could be a pause on the provisional registration if necessary. But this is a bill, Mr. Speaker, that is supported by the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, a variety of stakeholder groups across the country. I would encourage any member of this House to second it. I would encourage any member of this House to perhaps take their name to it if they are up higher on the bit. And I will be calling on the government to introduce this legislation in Budget 24. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Blois, appuyé.
Mr. Blois, seconded by Mr. MacDonald-Malpak, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Brock, moves that the sixth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, presented on Monday, March 20th, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Debate on a motion. It's okay. Yes. He's new. Okay, there you go. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And at the start, I'd like to say that I will be splitting my time with the prosecutor, the Member of Parliament from Brantford-Brant, who I know will probably do a much better job prosecuting this issue than I will. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by talking about recommendation number 1 from the committee with respect to looking into the Arrive Scam app. And the first recommendation that the committee put together is this. I'm going to read in part that the Government of Canada ensure the safety and security of Canadians by continuing with its ongoing efforts designed to modernize Canada's borders, including through the use of appropriate digital and non-digital tools. So when we talk about digital tools, Madam Speaker, what we have learned is that there was some extraordinarily nefarious activity that was going on with the development of the Arrive Scam / Arrive Can't app. We call it the Arrive Can't app because every member in this chamber knows that this app was actually an unmitigated disaster for travelers. It didn't work well. It caused enormous delays at the borders. People who were seniors were unable to use it. People had all kinds of trouble using and going back and forth across the border as a result of this app. Now, the committee, the International Trade Committee, studied this, and we studied it over a series of meetings.
The member for a minute. I see that there are conversations going on in the House. Alors je demande aux gens qui veulent avoir des conversations.
I ask people who want to have conversations to go into the lobby to have them. Thank you very much to everyone.
For Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So what's important to look at is this. The Arrive Scam app was not just studied at the International Trade Committee, which is the subject of the report that on the motion we're debating today. This was actually studied several times. It was studied at OGO and they had a whole bunch of meetings, October 20th, 2022, November 14th, 2022, November 17th, 2022, December 8th, 2022, in addition to all the meetings that we had at the International Trade Committee. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you and all Canadians are saying, where's he going with this? Why is he even bringing up these dates and these other things? Well, because government officials came and testified at committee about this app on many occasions, both at the OGO committee they came on November 14th. We had government officials on October 20th, 2022. And we had government officials at the International Trade Committee as well from CBSA. Now, Madam Speaker, you're going to say, why is that relevant? Well, it's relevant because it looks like there was some pretty nefarious business that was going on with the development of this app. And the nefarious business was first reported, get this was reported to CBSA in September of 2021 by the founders of a small Montreal-based software company who said, there's something rotten in Denmark. And the amazing thing is this, Madam Speaker, all these meetings where government officials came to testify, these were government officials in public works, from CBSA, from shared services, from public safety, from customs and immigration, Treasury Board Secretariat. And at all of these meetings, the nefarious goings-on with the contract for the Arrive scam app was never raised. It's unbelievable. So everyone knew there was a problem. Now, Madam Speaker, you might say, well, that's September of 2021, so that maybe didn't apply, right? That was a long time ago. They forgot about it. They didn't take it seriously. But they then submitted another report to the government with their concerns in November of 2022. And these meetings kept going on, Madam Speaker, and not once did the government raise this. And in fact, what we now know is when the Auditor General was looking into this, the government didn't even let the Auditor General know that the contracting surrounding this app was not being looked into. So this is a typical Liberal cover-up. And what's terrible is that this isn't the first time, because, Madam Speaker, you could say, well, the first time, well, you know, they made a mistake, they just didn't disclose something, and you could perhaps give them a pass. But this is a Liberal government that is engaged in this kind of corruption on repeated and continual basis. We can go all the way back to the ad scam, where there were bags of money being exchanged, and there was a public inquiry into that. Now, I would think that the Liberal Party and the government Liberal governments would have learned that this is not the way that you actually conduct business. But, in fact, this corruption continued. We only have to look at what's come up with McKinsey. We look at what's happened with SNC Lavalin. And with, oh, thank you very much, the We Charity as well. So we now have an extraordinarily long and wide track record of the Liberal government engaging in what appears now to be criminal in nature in the purchasing, the agreements to develop this app. So this is extraordinarily damning for this government. It is, once again, they chose to not follow the proper path. They chose to go down a road of corruption. And what makes it worse, at the committee, at the International Trade Committee, in the course of studying this app, we heard a litany of witnesses who said how terrible the app worked. So even when they engage in this kind of corrupt activity in the procurement of this technology, they do it in such an incompetent way that the app is way over budget. We heard that there were app developers who said they could develop it for a couple $1 million. They paid $54 million for an app that didn't even work. The backups at the border were unbelievable as people tried to use this app. And this happened over and over and over again, with absolutely no compassion from the government. People who couldn't fill it out were given no compassion from this government. They were sometimes sent to quarantine hotels We know what the bills for those quarantine hotels were. We know how people were treated in those quarantine hotels. So this is, the Arrive scam app is an unmitigated disaster from conception, from corrupt conception, all the way through to implementation to where we are today. And it would appear that the government hasn't learned a single lesson about that, because they failed to disclose that there was an ongoing criminal investigation by the RCMP with respect to this app. They didn't disclose it ever at committee. They didn't disclose it to the Auditor General. Why? Because this government has a track record and a history of trying to not disclose things. Now, what I'm actually waiting for, this has also been well published in a story by the Globe and Mail on October 3rd or 4th, and what I'm waiting for is for the Prime Minister to say once again, the story in the Globe and Mail is false. Because remember when that happened, when we were dealing with the SNC Lavalin scandal, and the story broke about how badly Jody Wilson-Raybould was treated by this Liberal government as she tried to do the honourable thing and be a whistleblower, the Prime Minister said the story in the Globe and Mail is false, except it turned out that the story in the Globe and Mail was 100% true. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that the story we have in the Globe and Mail yet again about more Liberal corruption, more Liberal cover-ups is absolutely true. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a disappointing day for Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, to be honest, I'm not completely surprised. I was a little bit taken aback that the Conservatives would take a Wednesday to bring forward yet another concurrence motion. And we've had these discussions in the past where the Conservative Party likes to play that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. And my question to the member is, why is it that the Conservative Party always chooses to use concurrence motions only on government business days, that they never feel that they can use it on opposition days or anything of this nature? Today we were supposed to be debating jobs, and the Conservative Party wants to talk about what I would classify is old political bias news that they want to try to highlight instead of the important issue of jobs. Why is that?
And I know some are wondering about the noise. I did motion down to the Sergeant at Arms, and he's taking care of that. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
That's okay, Madam Speaker. I don't mind a little noise. So I'm going to talk about this question in a couple of parts. First of all, this government always thinks debate is inconvenient, and it's no surprise because their leader said he admired the basic dictatorship of China, and of course in China there wouldn't be debate on a piece of legislation. So when the member gets up and says, why are you debating things? It's because from the top down, debate is inconvenient, and they'd rather have things work more like a dictatorship. Unfortunately, we live in a democracy. This is the House of Commons. We debate pieces of legislation. To suggest this is old news, this report just came out 2 weeks ago. That's not old. It's new. They're trying to cover it up. We're not going to let them. The prosecutor is going to prosecute it, and they're going to pay the price.
The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apart from the current scandal relating to Arrive Ken and the RCMP investigation, there's also the whole implementation and the fact that once again consultants were contracted out and they subcontracted over and over again without using the expertise of government officials Does my colleague have anything to add about the importance of using and building on, relying on the internal expertise of the public service?
Member, a huge problem for this government has been their use of consultants. We only have to look at how they used McKinsey for all kinds of things. I mean, McKinsey, who was responsible for the opioid crisis. So they keep giving them more and more and more money, and this is what they do. They don't use the public service to get things done. They hire these consultants, their friends, their buddies, and it's just corruption upon corruption, and it's got to stop. I hope the Bloc will be with us on this.
On a temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a quick question.
Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I just was wondering if I could ask the honourable member. In his speech, I didn't hear about there was a bunch of other Canadians that tried on a weekend to see if they could build this app, and I think that they were capable of it. I'm not exactly sure on the details. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about that as well.
The honourable for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thanks very much for my colleague for raising this. Only a Liberal government could design an app for $54 million that some people could design in their homes on a weekend because they're so incompetent. And what makes it worse is their incompetence also comes with an incredible amount of corruption. I can tell you this, a common sense Conservative government working for the people would never let that happen.
Time for another small, brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I guess, you know, my concern is that I've been looking through this report, and I recognize that the report, and albeit I haven't gone through it in its entirety, but I certainly see that the government agrees with a number of the recommendations that are in it. And my question to the member is, why was this particular concurrence motion so incredibly important, rather than talking about jobs, what Conservatives are always talking about?
For Dufferin-Caledon, a brief answer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, once again, from a Liberal government whose leader admires the basic dictatorship of China, debate is inconvenient, and when the opposition picks the debate, it's even more inconvenient because they want to run the country like a dictatorship. We're not going to let them.
Point of order, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at that said stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just on the same point of order from the Honourable Minister, I would just lay on the table and point out that the first round of opening speeches hasn't even been completed yet.
I believe that this is debate and not a point of order. Therefore, the resuming debate, the Honourable Member Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of my good citizens and residents of my riding of Brantford Brant. My colleague from Dufferin-Caledon expressed his disappointment and used the phrase that it's a sad day for Canadians. It's profoundly a sad day for Canadians insofar as my involvement in this particular study, Madam Speaker. I was brought on fairly late to the game in terms of participating in the Public Accounts Committee meeting because they wanted some more questions in terms of probing the RCMP investigation into this matter. And I think before I get into the substantive part of my speech, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to start off by reflecting on what this government telegraphed to Canadians in 2015. They telegraphed that they would be the most open and transparent and accountable government this country has ever seen. And what has happened over the last 8 years? After the last 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He and his government, and You know, my friends can laugh all they want, but this is the sad reality. These are the facts. Scandal after scandal after scandal, ethical breaches. This is the Prime Minister, the only Prime Minister in Canadian history, Madam Speaker, who's been found guilty not once but twice of ethical breaches. Not only himself, several ministers, several other members of the government. We have the We Charity scandal, we had the Aga Khan scandal, we had the SNC-Lavalin scandal. The list goes on and on and on. And then when it was discovered over a year ago that this app that was so essential to the government to keep Canadians safe was a complete joke. It was highly ineffective. It was not scientific. And to make matters worse, it cost the Canadian taxpayers $54 million. We didn't hear a peep from this government. We didn't hear anything from this Prime Minister with respect to that price tag until it was revealed to Canadians, until it was revealed in this House. And then what did we hear from the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister used this quote, "Well, I think that cost is highly illogical and it reflects inefficient practices." So he, in essence, conducted his own review. And what the review showed, and what the Auditor General is certainly looking into, and now the RCMP, is given the vast size of this public service, which has increased exponentially by this Liberal government, particularly during COVID and beyond, they could not find their own consultants to find individuals to create this app, and more importantly, to the current investigation by the RCMP into the app that was contracted for by a very small software company in Montreal, Quebec, known as Bottler. No, they couldn't do it themselves. They had to hire consultants. And what has been revealed, Madam Speaker, is 3 such consultants, and I'm going to name them because I think it's important for Canadians to know what these individuals have done in terms of fleecing the Canadian taxpayers. We have 3 companies, GC Strategies, Delayan Enterprises, and Coridex. The latter 2 essentially involve the same directors, the same CEOs, 3 companies, grand total of maybe 6, maybe 7 employees, and they're hired by this massive government to do the work that they should be doing themselves in terms of finding individuals to perform the work. And they do that at a substantial premium. That premium is anywhere from 30 to 40%. So when Canadian taxpayers take a look at the situation, they're saying to themselves, we're already paying our taxes for the public service. Why do we need to waste further money to have this government find software engineers in this country? So I applaud the bravery of this small software company known as Bottler because they spoke the truth. And I want to quote a couple of passages as reported in the Globe and Mail, Madam Speaker. They understood that speaking out could mean that federal funding would dry up and that they're taking a big risk without knowing how it will turn out. But one of the directors said the issue is wider than their company. This is something that affects every single Canadian, every single taxpayer dollar that is taken from very hardworking Canadians who are already struggling financially, that is given and spent through contractors through improper means. And I think that Canadians have a right to know what's going on with their hard-earned money. When I attended about a week and a half ago at committee during a constituency break week, it was revealed by the Auditor General, the same Auditor General that oversees all public spending and reports to this House. It was revealed that she had no clue, no idea that the RCMP were investigating criminality with respect to the contracting of the ArriveCan app and other such apps. And when I asked her, as the Auditor General, did the government notify you in advance of you learning about this particular investigation? Her answer was no. She was profoundly disappointed, her words, disappointed in the actions of this government in not notifying her of a very relevant, essential part of her investigation. That it's not just perhaps ethical issues or improper awarding of contracts. There's now a criminal element to it. And when I brought to her attention, Madam Speaker, that according to Bottler, this wasn't just misconduct at the highest level of the senior bureaucracy in this government. It involved criminality. It involves theft. It involves forgery. It involves fraud. When prosecuted, Madam Speaker, people will be going to prison 2+ years for fraudulently fleecing the Canadian taxpayer. That's why not only is my colleague profoundly disappointed, I am sick over this. This is the government that is not accountable. This is the government that's not transparent. And after that damning evidence came out, what did the Liberal NDP coalition do? They shut down the committee. This was a 2-hour meeting agreed to by every member of Public Accounts, and they shut it down. They say the reason was the Auditor General couldn't share any further information. That was the furthest from the truth. Members of the Conservative team on that committee were just getting started. We had much more probing questions. They're out hiding something, Madam Speaker, and Canadians have a right to know that. That's why I'm putting on the record this criminality on behalf of this government. And that's why I raised today in the House and asked the question, will this government, will this Prime Minister cooperate with the RCMP, or will he continue to hide behind cabinet confidentiality? I see my time is coming to an end, so I have to indicate that the motion is going to be amended as follows. By deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 6th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade presented on Monday, March 20th, be now not concurred in, but that it be recommended to the Standing Committee on International Trade with instruction that it amend the same to include reference to 1, the 54 million hard-earned Canadian tax dollars wasted on the application, the inaccurate evidence government officials provided during the committee's investigation, the serious allegations of fraudulent contract practices that are cause for grave concern, the statement made by the RCMP that they are investigating criminality in the contracts they were awarded, and accordingly it recommends the Auditor General of Canada update Canadians on where the money went. I'm seeking a seconder.
By the member for Niagara West.
Seconder by the member for Niagara West. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Allison, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 6th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade presented on Monday, March 20th, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on International Trade with instructions that it amend the same to include reference to A, the $54 million hard-earned Canadian tax dollars wasted on the application. B, the inaccurate evidence government officials provided during the committee's investigation. C, the serious allegations of fraudulent contract practices that are cause for grave concern. D, the statement made by the RCMP that they are investigating criminality in the contracts that were awarded, and accordingly, it recommends that the Auditor General of Canada update Canadians on where the money went. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll get the opportunity right away to provide what I really think about the Conservative tactic shortly. But my question to the member is, given his background, I'm sure that he would realize that nothing prevents committee members of a standing committee to meet, sit around, and determine what sort of things they want on their agenda. The members just moved an amendment to say, let's send this report back, in essence, and get the committee to look at X, Y, and Z. Why wouldn't his members just raise that at the committee itself and get it onto the agenda if they felt it was something that they could actually do? I guess, Madam Speaker, it's because then they wouldn't be able to filibuster Bill C-50 today. Is that correct?
Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
I thank my friend opposite for that question, and I think the answer is obvious because of their political games. Whenever it gets too hot, gets too close to the real truth, they just shut down committees, they shut down debate, they prorogue Parliament. They have an arsenal of tools that prevent Canadians from seeing the light with respect to this rot in this particular government.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, I was at the committee meeting that my Conservative colleague referred to where the Auditor General appeared to testify on the ArriveCan app, and I was the first one to ask a question. And I asked whether she knew whether she'd received any information about the RCMP about an investigation into this. So my question for my colleague is, why not wait for the final findings of the investigation that the House called on the Auditor General to conduct, rather than going ahead with this? Thank you.
I thank my bloc friend for the question, but it defeats the purpose by which we agreed to call the emergency meeting. It was agreed upon by all political parties. And although the bloc did not vote to shut down the committee, the issue is Canadians deserve to know the truth. Canadians deserve to know, to hear directly from the Auditor General as to the circumstances behind how she is now going to be expanding her investigation in light of the RCMP investigation. There were so many other relevant areas and questions to put to the Auditor General, but denied by this Liberal NDP coalition.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask my dear colleague from Brantford Brant, in his capacity and his expertise as a former prosecutor, how he reacted to some of the concerns that were raised throughout this process, and the fact that the RCMP were called in and the Auditor General, who was working with the Canada Border Service Agency and the CBSA, were the ones who called in the RCMP, and they failed to inform the Auditor General of a criminal investigation. Given his background, could he comment on that?
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
As a politician, I am profoundly disappointed. As a Canadian, a taxpayer, I am profoundly disappointed. As a former prosecutor, it stinks. As Hamlet said in the Shakespeare play, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. There is something rotten, Madam Speaker, in this particular government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Wow, Madam Speaker, you know, when the member was talking about something rotten in the state of Denmark, I thought he was talking about the Conservative Party of Canada. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would challenge the member as to why it is they have chosen to be able to use the House of Commons on the floor as opposed to using the standing committee itself. The member knows full well what he's asking for could have just as been easily raised at the standing committee. He's avoiding answering that question, and I wonder if he can explain why it is the Conservative Party is actually bringing forward the motion today when their full intent was just to have it go back to committee when it could have been raised at the committee in the first place.
The member for Brantford Brant.
It's really rich listening to that parliamentary secretary talking about avoiding answering questions. They do that every day in this House. That's the bottom line. Something is rotten here. The Prime Minister is hiding something. Will this member recommend to his leader, the Prime Minister, to cooperate with the RCMP and waive all cabinet confidentiality?
There seems to be other conversations or individuals who want to participate, but it's not the right time to do so. So I would ask them to wait until it's the proper time when I ask for questions and comments, or when I do resuming debate, which I'm about to do right now. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting at times to try to get in the mind of a Conservative. Dangerous, I would suggest to you. But I can tell you, I'm really amazed with the amendment that the member has brought forward. Not only do they bring forward an amendment that kind of defies logic, the idea that they're bringing in a concurrence motion in order to be able to filibuster one of the issues that is so important today in Canada, no matter what region of the country. You know, we often talk about, you know, under this new leadership, the whole area of, I don't know if Canadians are prepared to risk having the Conservative Party ever coming into a government's position when you see the type of behavior that we've witnessed, not only today, but previously. Seriously, we're supposed to be talking about Bill C-50, legislation that is there, and it's all about jobs, Madam Speaker. And the Conservative Party doesn't want to talk about that. They say, well, you know what? We want to talk about Arrive Camp. And, Madam Speaker, I must say, I should say now, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Kingston. And I can tell you, between the two of us, it's going to be hard to keep our comments within 20 minutes, I'm sure, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, when we look in terms of why it is that the Conservative Party feels that they can just stand up and say, well, we want a concurrence on X, Y, and Z in order to prevent government legislation from passing, and then be critical of the government for not being able to pass legislation or have to bring in time allocation. It's silly, Madam Speaker, especially when you take a look at the type of legislation that we are bringing forward. Today I said it's all about jobs. Listen to what the mover had to say about this particular concurrence report. And the seconder, Madam Speaker. What did they have in common outside of comments by using the word Arrive Can? Was the issue of personal character assassination of the Prime Minister. In both speeches that they delivered, they talked about the Prime Minister. One talks about dictatorship, Madam Speaker. Seriously? As a party that brought in the Charter of Rights, the member across the way and talking about Arrive Can talks about the Liberal leader being a dictator. I guess he's trying to feed, that misinformation of spin that constantly comes out of the Conservative Party. Then you have the other member that stood up, and all he wanted to talk about is scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal. Well, in the minds of a Conservative, that's the way they think, Madam Speaker. And we have seen that since day one. In fact, even when I was in opposition before being in government, they had personal attacks on the leader of the Liberal Party. Nothing has changed. That is their focus. And I have stood my place before and talked about, as the Conservatives are so focused on character assassination, that we will continue to be focused on Canadians and the interests of Canada and building something solid for our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Madam Speaker. In the Arrive Can, and the principles and the idea behind it supported that in good part, Madam Speaker. In its thinking, it was the right thing
to do. But the Conservatives, instead of wanting to have a healthy debate on issues that are impacting Canadians, they have chosen once again to prevent that debate from occurring. Read the amendment, and you get a good sense of what it is that the Conservative Party is attempting to do here. And for those that would be following the debate, let me suggest to those individuals that instead of bringing forward this particular concurrence motion, which was reinforced by the type of amendment that they brought forward, it didn't need to come here. It could have just as easily been brought to a standing committee. Because what the Conservative Party is ultimately arguing is they have some other issues, and they want the standing committee to be able to deal with those issues. Nothing prevents the House from concurring in regards to the report, Madam Speaker. Nothing prevents that at all. In fact, Madam Speaker, I believe that there's a number of the recommendations in which the government's responded to very positively. But the reality is that that wasn't the purpose of them bringing forward this particular report. We see the purpose in the amendment that they brought forward, Madam Speaker. Because they're not concerned about issues. Their concerns are how do we raise the issue of character assassination. That is the real issue and what it is that the Conservative Party of Canada today is all about. And that's why, we have a minister that stands up and brings time allocation now as a result in regards to Bill C-50.
Right. Exactly.
And then Conservatives say, well, there you go. Look at that. They're limiting time.
Exactly.
I do say shame on the Conservative Party of Canada. On the one hand, they try to be critical of the government for not allowing as much time as they would like to see debate on legislation, yet then they bring in concurrence motions, they adjourn debates, they try to adjourn the sessions. There are all sorts of dilatory motions, all sorts of other actions taken by the Conservative Party in order to prevent debate from occurring. And yet, they feel that they can come forward and say, well, you know what, we don't think the government's doing enough to pass legislation, and be critical of the government for not having a legislative order in place. Well, Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. This government has in fact brought forward legislation, and we have had to. Not by choice. Canadians said that it's going to be a minority government. We work, whether it's with the New Democrats or Blocs at times, in order to be able to bring in things like time allocation. Because without that support, Madam Speaker, we would not be able to pass anything. And that includes legislation from the past that has supported Canadians in a very real and tangible way by putting money in their pockets, to building a stronger, healthier country for our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Madam Speaker. We take this job seriously. We believe that the legislative agenda should be debated instead of the games, the constant games that are being played by the official opposition, Madam Speaker. The principles behind our border controls and ensuring that we can get traffic going between Canada and the United States is absolutely critical to Canada in many different ways. One can talk about the social side of things in terms of the amount of tourism that's generated just because of family connections, which contributes to the economics of both countries, to the amount of merchandise that goes between Canada and the United States every day, Madam Speaker. I believe the Emerson in my home province of Manitoba is somewhere around, that particular site is somewhere around the 4th spot in the nation in terms of two-way traffic between the U.S. and Canada. Somewhere around there, Madam Speaker. I know the importance of trade. On many occasions, I've stood in this chamber and talked about how important trade is to Canada. That we have to do what we can to enhance that trade, to encourage and provide support so that we can have the type of traffic that will meet the demands that are there today in a very real way. And that was the idea behind ArriveCAN. And there are other thoughts and ideas that come. Some stay longer than others. Madam Speaker?
Time is up. I'm sorry I got sidetracked there and I didn't pay attention. So I'm sure the honourable member will be able to add through all of this. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been 8 long years having that member stand up all the time for the Liberal caucus to answer for their mistakes and the corruption in that government. I have one specific question regarding the Auditor General. When the Auditor General was conducting the audit of the $50+ million spent on the ArriveCAN app, did the ministers involved in those departments direct the departments not to reveal to the Auditor General they were under criminal investigation?
Good question. Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I suspect the member is very much aware there's all sorts of opportunities in order for the member to be able to exercise those sorts of questions, look at ways in which matters can be studied in standing committees and so forth. Today was supposed to be, and this is the challenge I would have put to the member across the way, today we were actually supposed to be debating jobs and job security. That's what it is, Bill C-50. That's what it is we were supposed to be doing, and as the Conservative member just stands up, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, they can continue to focus all they want in regards to the whole area of character assassination, but I can assure you, whether it's the Prime Minister, ministers, or anyone else in the Liberal benches, we will continue to be focused on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and how we can build a stronger, healthier country from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We could talk about lots of other things, including bills that we care greatly about. I agree with that. That being said, there was and there is a problem with ArriveCAN. The opportunity we have before us today is not only to raise the problems, but also to reflect on solutions openly in this House. Would my colleague approve that vision as well? And what solutions would he put forward so that debates like the one on ArriveCAN no longer occur?
Secretary?
Yes, Madam Speaker, and there was a very good and healthy debate that had taken place at the Standing Committee. And if you take a look at all the reports that come out of standing committees, we would have to be sitting till midnight 100+ days a year in order to be able to give the type of debate that many members would like to be able to see on all the different reports that come to standing committee. I think that if there's a need for a follow-up discussion and debate to occur, let's bring it back. You know, the standing committees are still there. Nothing prevents a standing committee from saying, hey, look, let's look at this aspect of a particular report. Nothing prevents that from happening, Madam Speaker. There's all sorts of mechanisms that are there to ensure that as parliamentarians we can cover a wide spectrum of issues. But we have a limited, finite amount of time here on the floor to deal with the issues of legislation that is so very important to ensure it gets debated and voted on and proceeds, Madam Speaker. It's in the best interests of Canadians. And if you want more debate time, we're prepared to see more debate time. But I tell you, when you see things like today, it really takes the air out of the room in terms of being able to have good, healthy debate on government legislation when the Conservatives are so deemed on.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Transcona. Questions and comments.
Elmwood Transcona, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. It's all right. Of course, the Auditor General is an officer of Parliament, and the allegation that a department withheld vital information from the Auditor General during the course of an investigation is a very serious allegation indeed for this place, and I think it behooves Parliament to hold the government to account and to try and get to the bottom of what went on. Now, I know that the member for Winnipeg North has taken exception to the idea of doing that through a concurrence debate. I also know that he has far more experience in opposition than he does in government. I wonder if he were on the opposition benches, what method he would recommend then that parliamentarians use to hold the government to account in light of this serious allegation.
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I would use the form of question period, opposition days. I would look at ways in which it could be raised in a number of different standing committees, depending on the severity of the issue. And I believe in good part, we have witnessed that on this particular issue. I would challenge members, there's so many issues. There are literally hundreds, if not going into thousands of issues in which we could be debating on the floor of the House of Commons. I think that we have a responsibility to ensure that we're dealing with the legislative agenda, both of the government, the private members, and even opposition day motions and things of that nature.
Resuming debate, the government deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let's just be frank about what's going on here. Today, the Speaker of the House of Commons basically told the House, including Conservatives, you have to behave yourself, and Conservatives are upset about that. They tried to prevent him on a number of occasions from giving that statement today, and now they're using this tactic in order to slow down the House because they're frustrated and they're upset. It's actually behavior that I would scold my 5-year-old and my 7-year-old for, Madam Speaker, but that's actually what's going on in the House of Commons right now, demonstrated by the Conservative Party of Canada. And I will demonstrate in the next 8 or 9 minutes, Madam Speaker, why I believe this to be the case. Because for starters, they couldn't have picked a worse concurrence motion to bring forward. I have had the opportunity since we started debating this, Madam Speaker, to have a look at the motion. There are 5 recommendations in the motion. The government agrees with there are 6. The government agrees with 5 and accepts and acknowledges the remaining 6th one. They couldn't have picked a worse concurrence motion to do this on. At least pick something that's slightly more controversial. But this is a concurrence motion on a report that the government has already put in writing that it agrees with over 80% of it. This is about the trade relations. I think it's important for the public who might be tuned in right now and watching this to fully understand what's going on here. So the government had put on the order paper that we would be talking about C-50 sustainable jobs today. That's what we were supposed to talk about. Right. Now, there's a whole other issue that I don't have time to dive into about why Conservatives aren't interested in sustainable jobs, but let's just park that for a moment and focus on their objective today. The government said this is what we're going to talk about. The House commences today at 2 p.m. The Speaker tries to rise, a brand new Speaker, tries to rise on to give a statement about how he plans to conduct the House in terms of decorum, cites numerous references of other speakers, including at great length what the member from Regina Capel said when he was the Speaker, and just established a benchmark of what the Speaker is going to expect from this House. Conservatives heckled, points of order, did everything they could to prevent the Speaker from just even giving that statement, which I think was incredibly petty. But then we get to the point where we're supposed to go to government orders and to start the listed item for today. There's an opportunity in routine proceedings, as you would know, Madam Speaker, to put forward a concurrence motion. And this basically sucks up to 3 hours of House time. Conservatives can look at the clock. They know if we start this concurrence motion, that 3 hours is going to expire before the House needs to adjourn, and the government won't get to dealing with its business today. That's their objective. That's what they did. But it's the motion that they did it on which I find to be so perplexing. This is a recommendation, a set of recommendations, a committee report on our borders, in particular post-pandemic. You'll excuse me, Madam Speaker, that I didn't really read it before, or even know that it existed before this concurrence motion was put on the floor. There are many committees submitting many reports. I wasn't aware of this one, but I did take the opportunity to have a good look at it since then, in the last 40 minutes or so, since we started debating this. Now, here's recommendation number 1, Madam Speaker, that the Government of Canada ensure the safety and security of Canadians by continuing with its ongoing efforts designed to modernize Canada's borders. It goes on to list how to do that. The important thing here is, Madam Speaker, the government says that it agrees with the recommendation and accepts the recommendation from the committee. Recommendation number 2, the Government of Canada enhance its efforts designed to increase domestic and international awareness that Canada has removed COVID-19 related public health measures. Nothing that Conservatives would want more than to do that. But again, what does the government do? Government agrees with it. The government says, yes, good recommendation. We need to make sure that the world knows that Canada is open and ready for business and tourism. Please, this is a great recommendation. We should move forward with this one. Government agrees with that recommendation. What's the next recommendation, Madam Speaker? Recommendation number 3, that the Government of Canada ensure that the international bridge authorities and commissions, as well as duty-free stores in Canada, are eligible for federal support if the government decides to close for any length of time the border that Canada shares with the United States. Now, this is the one that the government responded and said, well, we do acknowledge this. However, it might not be as simple as you're portraying. For example, the government did assist with the tourism sector quite a bit. The government assisted with businesses, as we know. The government assisted in many different ways, including trying to reopen borders that Conservative supporters were trying to close. The government did a lot to ensure that we would support businesses throughout the pandemic. And so, although the government acknowledges the recommendation, says it's a little bit more complex with that, there are various sectors involved, and this needs to be looked at closer, but certainly doesn't outright reject the recommendation. And then there's recommendation number 4, and this says that the Government of Canada enhance safety and security, reduce delays, backlogs, and improve processing times at Canadian ports of entry. Once again, the Government of Canada agrees with this recommendation. So here we have the 5th recommendation. Sorry, there weren't 6, there were 5, of which the government agrees with. My point is there were 5 recommendations. The government agreed with all but one, but did acknowledge that that one was important and tried to explain what it was doing around that. Now, what the public needs to know, Madam Speaker, is that 99.9% of the time that somebody in this House moves concurrence on a report from a committee, they agree with it. They're basically saying, this report is so important that it's not just enough to table it for the government, even though the government already responded to it. It's not just enough to table it. We need to actually force Parliament to vote on it so that we can solidify the support of Parliament and not just that committee. That's, or this House, I should say, and that's what this that's what they're saying. Now, why do I point that out, Madam Speaker? I point that out because the Conservatives put this forward as if they support it because you only put forward a motion of concurrence if you support it, and then turn around moments later and put forward an amendment to basically wipe the entire report clean and say as if it didn't exist and send this back to committee. You could not actually put together a scenario in which the Conservatives look more petty than we have right here, right now, on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. So listen, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, that the Speaker told Conservatives today, you gotta behave yourself, it's time to play nice, you can't be heckling, making up fake names for ministers, shooting them out like this is some kind of wild, frat party. But the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, is that maybe a little decorum is required in this House, coming from the Conservatives day after day after day, with the personal attacks and the name-calling, and the Speaker did the right thing by pointing that out. What do? They act worse than what I would expect of my children, Madam Speaker. The way that they act the games that they play, and what they're doing right now to delay talking about a very important piece of legislation, how we create, manage, and ensure sustainable jobs are here for the future of Canadians. An issue that time after time after time, how many times have we heard Conservatives talk about jobs and needing to make sure that we, put the right groundwork in place for jobs? 600 sustainable jobs just in my neighboring riding of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. Just yesterday, or 2 days ago, the Minister of the Crown went to her riding to make that announcement. These are sustainable jobs. This is the bill that we're talking about. This bill is about how do we foster and ensure more of those jobs are right throughout our entire country. How do we continue to attract these clean tech jobs from Germany, like Umicore is, to bring them, or Belgium, right here to Canada? So, Madam Speaker, I think that it's very petty, it's very unfortunate, but 8 years, I've been watching it time after time. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his comment. I would point out that the debate is actually on the amendment, which he didn't comment on too much, but I do want to focus on the actual amendment, which deals with the fact that the RCMP had to be called in to deal with this scandalous ArriveCan app, and the fact that the Auditor General herself wasn't notified by CBSA officials, despite the fact that she's actively auditing that department. So I was wondering if the member from Kingston and Islands would join me in condemning the acts of the government officials who failed to notify the Auditor General of Canada about a criminal investigation occurring within that department.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And yet, the report does not even ever speak to that. So that should show you how incredibly petty this is, Madam Speaker. The report doesn't even speak to that, and yet they're trying to basically say that we delete this report and send it back to committee to study this new issue. Like the Parliamentary Secretary said earlier, the committee at their own inclination can decide, hey, we should study this issue. It's completely unrelated to the report. That member knows it. He knows the procedure of this House better than the vast majority of people in this House, given his experience. He knows exactly what they're doing. And the fact that he just got up and asked me that question is kind of ridiculous.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
Madame la Présidente, moi je...
Madam Speaker, they're trying to make us scared on the eve of Halloween. They're talking about the maneuvers of the Conservatives. But when it's not them that are filibuster, it's others that are invoking closure. C-50 is important. It has to do with sustainable jobs. We could be talking about housing, cost of living, and seniors. There's so many things we could be talking about between the Conservatives that filibuster and those ones who invoke closure. I really don't know where we're heading here.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There's only one person in the House.
House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's only one member that I think I compete with for the most animation in this House, and it's that member there. But I will say that he just was critical of the government having to move closure, but certainly he can understand, based on what the Conservatives are doing today, why we end up having to move closure. We have to move closure because this, and I will say, Madam Speaker, before I got to this House and I would hear the stories about closure, I used to think, wow, that is so anti-democratic, why would you be? I didn't understand the nuances of how this House worked and why it was necessary to do that. It's absolutely necessary because Conservatives play games like this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for demonstrating, however accidentally, how great a tool concurrence motions can be to bring to the attention of members of the government issues that heretofore they had no idea about, and recommendations of committees that they hadn't heard anything about. And I do think that's an important tool for members of this House to use to be able to bring to the attention of members of Parliament and indeed the government, things that they've been working on at committee. So I'm loath to disparage concurrence motions. I think they have an important role to play here. However we got here, and whatever's going to happen at the end of the debate, the fact is we are spending the next bit of time talking about this, including an amendment that raises the question of a department having hid from the Auditor General, an officer of this Parliament, the fact of a criminal investigation into the very thing that the Auditor General was investigating. So I wonder, given that we're spending the time anyway, if he might take this brief opportunity to say something meaningful about the substance of that allegation.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm certainly flattered that the member sees this as an opportunity to make me aware of what he perceives to be a very important report. I don't know if it's worth tying up 3 hours of this House's time in order to do that. If the member really wanted to inform me about it, he could have just brought it over to me and said, hey, Mark, you should really look at this report. It's really important. But he didn't do that, nor did any other members do that. They tabled the report just like everybody else. Now, we all have our own issues of what we're passionate about. I'm very passionate about the environment. I follow just about every report that comes out of there. This member knows that too. And the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, that we don't get to see every report or read every report. And if anybody in this House claims that to be the case, then I certainly would like to know their skills on how they're able to do that.
It's not time for debate. Once I get up, individual should wait to see what I'm going to call, and I'm going to call resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague for Terrebonne.
Madame la Présidente, nous voici.
Here we are again, discussing ArriveCan. There wouldn't be so many questions from the outset, and it makes sense to say so, if there hadn't been problems, specifically with awarding the contract. I won't go into the reasons why the Conservatives decided to bring this forward now, before the House, and ask for 3 hours of debate. I won't go there. I'm not in their shoes. I have no intention of standing in their shoes. I have no intention at all. My intention is to raise before this House problems with ArriveCan and look into the whole process and ways of improving procurement. It's a matter of efficiency. It's a matter of economy. We're talking about money. Money that can create programs, in this case, can create software. It's not money that grows on trees and falls to the ground in the fall. It's taxpayer money. It's our money from our taxes. We can't forget that we are no more and no less than the trustees who manage money that taxpayers pay to the federal government. And as that trustee, it's our duty to manage that money responsibly. Was ArriveCan developed responsibly? It is our duty to ask the question, because what we're seeing is that it was not all that responsible. It was not all that well done. An application that should have cost $80,000 with updates and so on ended up costing $54 million. Boy, now that's an increase. It was supposed to facilitate controlling arrivals at the border. This is the 21st century. If we can cut down on paperwork and make things a little easier at the border, that's great. However, easier is not synonymous with less safe and secure. We need to ensure all of it. Now, where we've got a problem with ArriveCan is basically the same problem that we saw with other contracts. In ArriveCan, we've got two guys who snatch up the contract and say, hey, I know people, and assign tasks to others. In committee, we realized we're not too sure if everyone had security clearances. We're not too sure if there was due diligence done. We have many unanswered questions finally. And we were told, oh, yes, it was done, but in a very dismissive way. We don't want dismissive answers. We want real answers, and we're not sure we've gotten them. And we have an application in which personal information is collected. And we're not sure that the people who developed this app actually had the required security clearances. It's not the first time. My colleagues talked about it earlier. Weird Charity, for instance. Or the contract for a company that didn't exist 10 days before they got the contract. That contract was given to a company that didn't exist, founded by two guys, and as soon as they got the contract, what did they do? $237 million sent over to Baylis International, held by an old Liberal who lost their seat in 2019, if I'm remembering this correctly. So $237 million to a company that was incorporated 10 days before. Wow. I've already said it, but the Canadian dream. It's not too bad. Not everybody could manage to do that. I don't know who else could have succeeded in doing that. So now, again, we've got two guys who get a contract and they give it out to other people to develop an application, supposedly because the federal government, amongst its 340,000 staff, had nobody specialized in developing applications. Not one. We're in 2023. At that time, it was 2023. That's a problem. And that's what I want to focus on. How is it that 1% works for the federal government and not a single person in that percentage had the specialization required? Our officials are trained. They have security clearances. They can do the work we ask them to do at a lesser cost and more safely. Currently, we've got a situation where there's allegations of identity theft, of false resumes, of contract theft, of fraudulent invoicing. That's not nothing. Where were the controls in granting this contract and in the follow-up? We don't see it. Based on the allegations that were sent to the RCMP, how is it that public servants who knew that the RCMP was investigating didn't inform the Auditor General? We're dealing with an excessively opaque system here, and that's what we need to highlight. People don't want things to be opaque. They want them to be transparent. We're not asking for the source code of the application. We're asking who, how, by whom, for whom our money is spent. And with ArriveCan, and in the consultations at my committee, at Government Operations, and as the chair of the committee would say, the mighty OGO committee, we heard from unions. We heard from university researchers. We heard from public servants. Among the unions, what we were stunned to find out was that they weren't consulted, but they were the ones who had to make sure it worked. They were the ones who had to do the follow-up with people at the airport and make sure it went quickly so that there weren't any delays. But they weren't consulted in the creation, or were they consulted about exact needs at the borders? They were not consulted at any point, and they were the ones who were supposed to debug it for passengers. They were the ones who were supposed to use the ArriveCAN application in the end and had to live with the experience of using it every day. It seems to me that you need to include these people when you develop something like that. And when it came to contracts, there was no due diligence done there. Who were these guys? And who were the other people who got parts of that contract? Were they solvent? Were they reliable? We don't know. We don't know. I get the impression that this has come up in my speeches several times over the last 4 years. We don't know because we don't have any answers. And the people who ask that question, they don't have any better answers. No investigation into the internal capacity to manage the application or even to create it from the outstart. We didn't even try. We didn't find out if we had people who could create an application. We just threw out a contract right away. It doesn't take 15 years to check if we have developers on staff. When we hire people, we have a list of their skills. We never looked for anyone. With the millions that we spend on IT in Canada, we didn't try to figure out if we had somebody who could develop applications. There's a whole host of problems here, and they are intrinsic to federal government. And ArriveCAN just highlighted that. And we have to deal with the problem at the source.
Madam Speaker, this might make some people sweat, the idea of spending 3 hours on this in committee, but the committee's report is just the tree that's hiding the whole forest. It's the tip of the iceberg. And responsibility needs to be taken here on behalf of constituents and taxpayers. I'm sorry, your time is up. Questions and comments?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General indicated that 2 departments did not inform her of the fact that there were criminal investigations underway by the police. So I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of this, what was revealed to us, and the importance of the report and the vote to refer this to committee so that the study can continue. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This situation is worrisome. To see people who should be answering questions from the Auditor General, they need to be transparent, honest, and they need to reveal any fraud that may have taken place. If that hasn't taken place, then there's an internal culture that needs to change, and quickly, for the sake of the entire population.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech and for her answer to that question. And what we're talking about, given the amendment, is really, I think, a very serious allegation, which was that a government department was not forthcoming to an officer of Parliament, the Auditor General, whose job it was to investigate a specific program. It reminds me of when the Harper Conservatives were in power and they denied information to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who was looking at that time to satisfy a request to look into the effect of cuts to government services that were being planned at the time. The PBO had to take that government to court, which found that, in fact, that information should be handed over. At that time, the Liberals were very interested in that issue and the accountability of government to parliamentary officers. Why the sudden change of heart?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The problem, is it a partisan issue? Or is it about the culture? We talked about C-287. We talked about whistleblower protection. We talked about the internal culture, the code of silence. Whereas what people want is to see improvements. So is the problem an order? Does it depend on whether it's a Liberal or a Conservative government, or is it the problem the culture of silence and secrecy? maybe this problem goes beyond Arrive Can. So we need to dig deeper. And that will be for the benefit of the entire population.
Secretary of the Government, l'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Lambert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She did a good job of reviewing the whole procedure. I'll leave that aside. But on the substance, on the merits, I think it's true that when it comes to the spending of public money, we need to have due diligence, and all the tools need to be in place to shed full light on the full situation. This apparently could have been done for a fraction of the cost to taxpayers, and that shows, to my mind, the whole need to shed full light. That reveals the usefulness of referring this to committee. Does my colleague believe that the committee will be able to get to the bottom of this? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I sure hope so. Hopefully it will shed full light on what happened, whether fully or in part. So OGO can take this on from a different angle, but together the two committees will hopefully, I certainly hope, that together light will be shed. But more importantly, hopefully there will be long-term concrete solutions found and implemented. Because, as my colleague was saying, this is a matter of public funds, and we are trustees. Then that's why we have a duty of care to fulfill here. There are 30 seconds left. The honourable member for Terrebonne can begin, but I'll have to interrupt her at some point. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 30 seconds, I'd simply like to mention the fact that we see a real problem between the importance that the current government is attaching to fiscal discipline. They're calling on companies to refund the emergency assistance, the CEBA account, but at the same time, we see consultants getting overpaid. Accenture got $208 million to manage a program that wasn't even done properly. So I'll stop there. I have to stop the honourable member there, and she will have 9 minutes remaining. 9 minutes and 30 seconds for her speech next time this item is before the House. It's my duty to interrupt proceedings, and the matter is postponed to a later sitting.
Consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. All the orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-252, Child Health Protection Act, standing in the name of Ms. Latanzio.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons had 1 minute left. The honourable member.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I like and support about Bill C-252, I believe it's a continuation of what the government talks a great deal about, and that is having a healthy eating strategy overall. We need to recognize that excessive amounts of sodium, sugar, saturated fats leads to things such as obesity, diet-related chronic diseases. And what I like about the legislation is the member is focusing the attention in terms of advertising to children 13 and under. I believe that it would have a profoundly positive outcome, and I just wanted to applaud the member in taking this particular initiative, because I do believe it will make a difference in terms of having healthier eating habits for young people, which will ultimately, as they grow older, mean that we'll have a healthier society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's do a little experiment together. I don't know if you're a sweet tooth or a savory tooth, but let's just imagine you're a savory tooth. So imagine you're at home, you're watching a movie with your partner, and you have a bowl of chips on the living room table. in case you eat all the chips that are in the bowl, there's some left in the bag. So let's say you bite into a chip with a big smile, your partner bites into a chip too, and you look at each other as you crunch your away happily, but that will make you a little bit thirsty. Are you going to want to go to the corner store to get something to drink to wash your chips down? That's an example of the effect of advertising. It makes us want to go out and buy something that we didn't really want and that we certainly don't need. But you get the picture of what I'm talking about. And suddenly you might feel like, just talking about this, I suddenly have a craving for chips. Now, we're grown-ups. We can reason. We know what advertising is all about, what it's for. But sometimes we fall into the trap even still. The difference between us and children is that we're aware of the influence of advertising. Children aren't so aware. They don't have the same ability to question. They don't have the same critical thinking. They don't ask questions. They don't ask themselves, is that product good for my health? When they see an ad in a bus shelter on the road or in a department store, there's ads on TV as well, in video games, on social networks, social media. And these are ads that target children. There's still lots of advertising that targets kids, even though it's illegal. And ads are often a source of misinformation by omission. Just think of this. Cereal, breakfast cereal, so delicious with a teaspoonful of honey. Apparently they're delicious. And apparently they contain 9 nutrients. Despite those nutrients, apparently the cereal is still delicious. What the ads don't tell you is that the amount of sugar in a bowl of that cereal exceeds the recommended daily dose for an adult, and it's way more for a child, way more than they need. So, and it's not as nutritious as a full, complete breakfast. So the advertising is all about how delightful sweet things are. So, as I've already said, children don't have the maturity or the knowledge to evaluate an ad and to question the truthfulness of the claims that ad makes. Sugar, among other things, creates a dependency. Our brain releases dopamine when we eat sugar. It makes us feel good, and we become addicted to that dopamine over time. And kids end up wanting more and more. And ads don't warn us of that, about that dependency that the product will create and the growing need for sugar. And advertising is leading our children to make bad nutrition choices that will have impacts on their entire lives, including obesity and illnesses related to obesity and sedentariness. So poor nutrition choices mean that kids have less energy because they're less well fed. Some of the responsibility falls on parents, but parents sometimes want to spoil their children or reward their children or make concessions or exceptions for special situations. And that's why we talk about these things as indulgences or treats. And high sugar, high fat foods, their impact is not immediate. It's more of a long-term thing. And that's why they're used as treats, because at the time, no damage is done. But if it's repetitive, then it starts to be a problem. In the short term, sugar the effects are not as harmful as the long-term effects. But sugar has an impact on the body, but also on children's sociability, because sugar can alter a child's behavior. A child can become less pleasant, and others may shun that child. Children can become tired, irritable, unfocused. They can have dizziness. They can pass out. They can feel hungry. Because there's no nutrition in the food, the kid is still hungry after eating sweet things. There can be tantrums. There can be temper tantrums and aggressiveness associated with eating sugary foods. And why is sugar in everything? Everything. In popsicles, in crunchy foods, in granola bars, for example. It's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. And there's so much advertising targeting kids that it's basically inevitable. They can't get away from these ads promoting sweet foods. So these foods lead to obesity and other problems, and kids are specifically targeted because they're incapable of seeing through the industry's strategies. They can't make enlightened, informed choices. The government of Quebec in 2019, in a document, talked about promoting water. The government of Quebec made a connection, but drew a link between sugary drinks and the consequences. And I'll quote from the report. It says, the results of the study in terms of the risk of drinking sugary drinks in Quebec and the marketing, because of these things, and increased effort has to be made to raise awareness among the population, including particularly younger people. The report says that the government of Quebec wants to denormalize the consumption of sugary drinks. And I'm talking about this today because it's just one example, because marketing means advertising, and that's one form of advertising that should not target kids. And it's this type of advertising preys on developing minds, and these young people have their whole lives ahead of them. So targeting kids has been virtually banned in advertising in Quebec for some 40 years. So this bill, basically at first glance, is of no benefit to kids in Quebec because it's already illegal to advertise, to target kids of this tender age in Quebec. But not all provinces in Canada have protective legislation like we have in Quebec. In Quebec, some advertisers appeal to our sense of nostalgia in an effort to bring back the ads of yesteryear. They talk about needing to target kids so that they can attract more ad revenues in order to invest in kids programs and so on. So people talk about greenwashing. This is more like ad washing. I don't know what to call it, but something that they're using an argument to try to promote advertising aimed at kids in order to better fund kids' activities. But we might have some amendments to propose to bring this more into line with what the protections that exist in Quebec. But I would mention that Quebec and the provinces have jurisdiction when it comes to legislating in this area. Thank you.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-252, the Child Health Protection Act. For many years, the NDP has been calling for a law to stop junk food advertising aimed at children. 11 years ago, we called for such a ban, but no action was taken by successive Conservative and Liberal governments. I'm hopeful that with the support from all parties, we can pass this bill and stop the barrage of junk food ads directed towards kids. But I'm also hoping we go further than that by putting in place a national school food program that gives every child the nutritious food they need to thrive. The evidence is clear that banning junk food directed at young children leads to better health outcomes. Quebec has had such a ban in place for over 40 years, and the results speak for themselves, Madam Speaker. Fast food consumption in Quebec has gone down by 13% since the law was put in place. In addition, Quebec has the lowest obesity rates among 5 to 17-year-olds and the highest consumption of fruits and vegetables in Canada. It is a true nutrition success story that should be applied across the country. Not only will a law to stop junk food advertising benefit our kids' health, it also makes financial sense. This is a preventative step that in the long term will mean fewer visits to the ER for preventable diseases including type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and high blood pressure. At a time when our healthcare system is strained and faced with an aging population, it is a no-brainer for us to reduce the pressure on the system by passing this bill into law. It is immoral, Madam Speaker, for the CEOs of big food companies to be profiting off pushing junk food to young children. As much as 90%, in fact, Madam Speaker, of the food ads children see is for unhealthy food products, and these ads are increasingly sophisticated. Companies are making money off selling products to young people that are harmful for their health. This is wrong, and it has to stop. Just as we have done with big tobacco companies in severely restricted advertising of their products, we must do the same with big food companies that are irresponsibly marketing junk food to young children. Madam Speaker, while the ban on junk food aimed at children is an important first step, it is not enough. We cannot have a conversation about ensuring our kids are getting proper nutrition without talking about poverty. Poverty makes it much more difficult for families to make the healthy food choices that they would like to make but are unable to because of lack of money. And I recall a story as a young early childhood educator when we instituted a no junk food lunch policy, a mother who shared with me, it's cheaper for me to buy a bag of cookies that last 2 weeks than a bag of apples that lasts a week. So we cannot talk about healthy food choices without addressing issues of poverty. Especially in this affordability crisis, we are living in a persistently high grocery prices. And far too many people simply cannot afford healthy food, a balance to sustain a balanced diet. Eating healthy is expensive, and preparing healthy meals can also be very time-consuming. And when you're working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, which is not uncommon in this country, particularly with the affordability crisis, time becomes a luxury that you can't afford, leading for you to choose convenience foods that are quick and cheap but unhealthy. I see it in my own riding of Winnipeg Centre, which has the highest child poverty rate of any riding in the country. Too many kids are going to school on an empty stomach. Families are choosing between groceries and rent. Food banks, in fact, are reporting record usage. and the temporary pandemic benefits that kept families afloat have expired and have not been maintained. Poverty is a form of economic violence, something that I have likened to one of the worst human rights violations is choosing to keep people poor. And it's something that's faced by many of my constituents, including children, robbing them of the best possible start in life. That is wrong, and it's a direct result of deliberate policy choices. And I believe that we need to make different choices to eliminate poverty and ensure that every child gets the nutritious food they need. It is a choice, and the lack of political will to eradicate poverty, especially for children, is unacceptable. One of these choices is implementing a national school food program. Providing every child with healthy school meals would be a game changer that would go a long way towards improving nutrition in this country. It is long past time for us to put such a program in place. Canada remains, in fact, Madam Speaker, the only G7 country without a national school food program or national standards. In 2019, in fact, the Liberals promised in their federal budget to work towards implementing a program. But after 4 years, they still have not delivered. I call upon this government to keep their promise and finally allocate funding for a national school food program in the upcoming federal budget. It will make a profound difference in the lives of children, including many children in my own riding of Winnipeg Centre, whose learning is harmed, in fact, because they are not getting the healthy food they need. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, as a former educator, one of the things that I had in my classroom was a toaster and bread and food that I bought out of my teaching salary because it was a classroom management program, because I knew that the kids in my classroom could not learn or stay focused on an empty stomach. Another choice is introducing a guaranteed livable basic income for all people in Canada. Yesterday, on the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, I joined Senator Kim Pate in support of her bill S-233 and my own bill C-223, the National Framework for a Guaranteed Livable Basic Income Act, at a press conference. It's in the study of S-233, the Standing Senate Committee on National Finance heard overwhelming support from experts and advocates for the social, economic, and health benefits that a guaranteed livable basic income would provide. Guaranteed livable basic income is an idea whose time has come, because we know the pandemic revealed the deep cracks in our social safety net, and those cracks remain. In every corner of this country, the human rights of people living below the poverty line are violated on a daily basis. And I've called poverty, again, Madam Speaker, one of the most violent human rights violations, one that robs people of their dignity and their humanity. In one of the wealthiest countries in the world, no one should be forced to sleep in tents or on the streets or in bus shelters. By providing everyone over the age of 17 who needs it with an unconditional cash transfer, a guaranteed livable basic income will lift millions of people out of poverty. And Speaker, poverty is expensive. In fact, poverty costs our country at least $80 billion a year. It costs our healthcare system, and we know one of the benefits of a JLBI is improving just that. So to conclude, I want to thank the member for St. Leonard, Michel, for introducing this bill. I call on all members to support it, and I call on all members to support measures including a national food program and a guaranteed livable basic income that will ensure no child in this country is ever hungry again. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, I don't know if I'm changing or it's the member from Winnipeg Centre, but this is the second time this week that I completely agree with everything that she just said. I genuinely appreciate her comments today, in particular about basic income, but also about more generally speaking, the food sharing program that we absolutely need to bring into our schools throughout the country. I want to congratulate the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel for introducing this very important bill. You know, and once again, we see that Quebec, having had this legislation in place for decades now to this effect, we see once again that Quebec has quite frankly led the way in terms of the 40 years, I'm getting this thing, led the way once again, like they quite often do on other issues socially geared, like the environment, for example. And this is critically important. It's important that our children who are in the age of developing and their minds are still developing, that they're not subject to a bombardment of quite frankly, detrimental and unhealthy choices at such a young age. I think to myself, I have 2 children under the age of 13 now, and I think quite honestly how easily they are influenced by what they are seeing. The forms of media have changed so much since when I was a child. Nowadays, children are watching much more YouTube and watching more custom and tailored shows, and we're seeing these advertisements coming across in a way that I certainly wasn't exposed to. When I was younger, you sat in front of a TV Saturday morning to watch cartoons, and these ads would pop up, and your parents could be kind of looking over your shoulder to see what you were watching, and it's much more difficult now. And I also completely agree with the comments from the member from Winnipeg Centre about this being a preventative step. This is about helping to prepare children so that they can have that best shot at life in terms of healthiness. I'm going to keep my comments very short, Madam Speaker. I think it's very refreshing to see the entire chamber support this initiative. The only thing that I wish I could ask is that this be extended to grandparents too, because quite frankly, I think that my grandmother, or my children's grandmother, quite often is purchasing unhealthy stuff, but maybe that will be tackled at a later time. So congratulations to the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel for bringing this forward. This is a very important initiative, and I look forward to this making its way over to the Senate next and becoming law so that we can move forward on this very important initiative.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's great to be able to enter into debate onto the important issues that matter to Canadians. Now, Madam Speaker, if you would indulge me for just a moment before I get into the substance of Bill C-252, I would just like to note and pass along a big thank you, because this Saturday marks 4 years since I had the opportunity to first be elected as the Member of Parliament for Battle River Crowfoot, Madam Speaker. And I know, thank you, and I know myself, along with the class of 2019, it is a great honor to be able to take my place in this hallowed chamber to stand up for the good people, in my case, of East Central Alberta. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I would pass along my deep thanks and appreciation first to my wife, Danielle, and my 3 boys. I didn't have 3 boys at the time. I now do, Matthew, Emerson, and Winston. I could not do this without them, and to the rest of my family as well. A big thank you for the support over the last 4 years. And of course, one doesn't start their political career on Election Day, but all the work that goes into politics prior to that. And then, Madam Speaker, as well, to give a massive thank you to those who have helped out in my various campaigns, to those on my EDA and political association, those who since I first got involved at the age of 15, that I've been able to journey with on this political journey that I have the honor of being a part of. And of course, Madam Speaker, like so many in this place, I'm so deeply appreciative of the work that our office staff do to help make sure that we can accomplish the good work standing up for our constituents in this place and back in our constituencies. And Madam Speaker, of course, to thank the people of Battle River Crowfoot, who for the last 2 elections I have been honored to be able to receive a mandate and serve those that 110,000 people over that about 53,000 square kilometers of beautiful East Central Alberta real estate, cowboy country. And Madam Speaker, it truly is an honor, and I will continue to stand for those rural values and for standing for democracy each and every day. And I very much look forward to after the next election when I can stand behind who I hope will be a new Prime Minister that brings common sense, brings home common sense to our country. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the people of Battle River Crowfoot for a great 4 years. Look forward to continuing to fight for many more to bring common sense home to Canada. Madam Speaker, we are debating a bill here that is in its subject matter, I think, something that I certainly would be very, very surprised if anyone would disagree with. We want to ensure that there are healthy diets for kids across our country. As a father of 3 young children, 3 young boys, certainly my wife Danielle and I take great pains to work and budget to ensure that they have healthy meals. And I know that especially in light of the cost of living crisis that we see in this country, that is becoming an increasingly challenging circumstance. I know, Madam Speaker, it's been talked about substantially within this place over the last number of years, especially with Thanksgiving having been just a little over a week ago. We saw how the dramatic increase in prices has put significant pressure on so many families. And Madam Speaker, I think that when it comes to ensuring that there is fairness, to empower people to understand exactly what it is they're eating, to ensure that we have regulations in place that support food safety, to ensure that people know with transparency that the ingredient list actually includes that, whether it's something that claims to be organic or having truth in the whole process of what our food supply chain is, truth in what, and I know we dealt with in this place, the fact that the Liberals wanted to label ground beef as being unhealthy, yet not potato chips, not candy bars. They wanted to label ground beef as unhealthy. So, Madam Speaker, I think that we all would agree, I hope, in this place, although I sometimes wonder with some of the activist actions that have taken place by other parties that we want to ensure healthy diets, especially for our young people, those formative developmental years where, and to ensure that that tummies are full when kids go to school in the morning. And I would just note that there's examples of this. I've heard many from across my constituency and across the country, and I would specifically, Madam Speaker, give a big shout out to Altario School. It's located about 45 minutes from my hometown of Consort. Principal Van Legen there has done an incredible job of to the point, Madam Speaker, get this, they have a greenhouse where they sell vegetables to the community. They have a farm at the school, and they sell animals and high-quality produced food to the local community. This little town of only a few people, several dozen people in the community of Altario, is able to feed more than the number of people within their community. So, Madam Speaker, we talk about the need to ensure that there's healthy diets for all.
If the honourable member can take his earpiece and move it away, because the interpreters, it's affecting the interpreters' ability to translate because they can hear it. And maybe he could shut it down completely or turn it down. Yeah. Okay, perfect. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know that there's probably no one in this place that would disagree with the fact that I probably don't need to speak louder. But thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and a shout out to our great interpreters and everybody who make it possible for us to do the good work that we do in this place, and of course some of those little technical issues. So I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. So, talking about Altario and the work they do, Madam Speaker, teaching kids, and I saw a application letter that Principal Van Legen shared the other day, and I'll get into some of the substance of the bill here in just a second, but it was incredible because she was applying to be the farm manager. I believe she was in grade 9. to manage the school farm. Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker? Teaching kids, giving them those practical skills so that not only do they know how to eat healthy, but can be a part of that agricultural sector that is so pivotal in our nation. Now, Madam Speaker, when we come down to the very root of this, we want Canadians to have access to healthy meals. We want that. I hope every person in this House would agree with this. But when it comes to the practical reality of what this bill accomplishes, there's a few concerns that I would like to highlight. One of which is we need to make sure that we are at every stage of the process empowering parents to make the best call for their families and whatever that circumstance is in. So whether that's an Inuit family in our north, whether that's a rural family in the area that I represent, whether that's an inner city family, every person needs to be empowered to make decisions that are best for them. Empowering parents needs to be at the root of this. We need to deal with things like food inflation. And Madam Speaker, I know we've talked, and I won't speak at length about this because I have in the past, but to address some of the challenges that are leading to food inflation, like the carbon tax, like regulations that are adding some additional costs on farmers. And Madam Speaker, that has to be addressed. And ultimately empower people to be prosperous at every step of the process. The best way that we can ensure that people are healthy is when we have an economy that is working for everyone, because right now, Madam Speaker, and I had a series of town halls as I addressed in a statement before question period today, the number one concern, and there's a lot of concerns that the folks from rural Alberta share with me about how frustrated they are with this Liberal government. But the number one concern brought forward at every meeting, every town hall I had, was the cost of living and the fear that people have for their future. So, Madam Speaker, I would just highlight a couple of things that I believe need to be put on the record here. Legislation needs to be able to achieve its stated goal. Yet in the province of Quebec, although they've had regulations that address similar issues to this, it has not done so. So I'm certainly concerned that this House would pass something that may not be able to be actualized in terms of a public policy objective. The regulations that are proposed in this bill are difficult to enforce. There's not very much clarity that it would be possible to see that brought about. And Madam Speaker, there is something that has been highlighted specifically by a number of constituents, especially those that work very hard to do things like fundraising for school sports teams, for Timbits hockey, for example. Madam Speaker, I would hate for a bill to accidentally limit the ability for Canadians to be able to play soccer or hockey because of not allowing a company to sponsor kids to be able to do just that. Madam Speaker, what could be an incidental, and I would hope not an intentional part of this bill. Madam Speaker, now I've heard a great deal of support for this bill, and certainly there is widespread agreement in my last minute or so that we need to have a plan to ensure that kids' tummies are full. That and whether it's kids or whether it's our elderly, and Madam Speaker, there's nothing more heartbreaking when you hear a senior talk about having to limit their dietary intake, or one senior, Madam Speaker, a tragic story that they thought that the only thing that they could afford was pet food. Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that we have a plan to address health and nutrition at every stage of the process, Madam Speaker, but certainly when it comes to the laudable objectives of this bill, healthier kids, that's great, but when it comes to actually delivering on those results, Madam Speaker, I am concerned that it falls far short of the mark that would deem it worthy of supporting in this place. Thank you very much, and look forward to seeing continued debate on the subject.
Thank you, and I wish to congratulate the honourable member on this upcoming four-year anniversary this Saturday. I actually just celebrated the 15th anniversary of being elected this past Saturday, and I'll take this moment to thank the good people of Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing for having put their trust in me for 5 elections. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable député de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
It is an honour and a privilege for me to rise this evening in this House to bring forward once again my private member's bill C-252, which aims to prohibit the marketing of certain foods and beverages directly to children. I would like to begin by sincerely thanking all my colleagues here for offering their opinions and contributing to the important conversation of Bill C-252, which has sparked very interesting conversations. It is abundantly clear that many of the exchanges that the issue of marketing to certain foods and beverages to kids is one of the many of us care deeply about and a practice we want to see stopped. I am grateful for the overwhelmingly positive and supportive comments made by my colleagues about C-252 and remain confident that we will be able to pass this bill over to the Senate in the coming days. I would like to take a second to acknowledge the importance and the leadership that Quebec, my home province, took on this issue in the 1980s, and to Senator Green-Rain's efforts in 2016 with a previous and different version of this bill. Simply put, we have had plenty of time to discuss the essence of Bill C-252 and its impacts. I respect all my colleagues for their work and their perspectives, and enjoyed the opportunity to hear them speak on this issue at length. But truthfully, Madam Speaker, we are past the time for debate and are very much at the time where action is necessary. In the intervening years, while we have been waiting to act, things have only gotten worse. If we continue to remain idle on this issue, the health and consequences of marketing foods rich in salt, sugar, or saturated fats to kids will not improve. Inaction will mean that our children will continue to be manipulated by the multi-billion-dollar industries. Relying on these powerful multinational companies to self-regulate and reduce targeting children have only been proven to be unsuccessful. Our children remain at risk and will continue to be unjustly influenced and led to develop poor eating habits that we scientifically know to be detrimental to their health. Rates of obesity will only continue to rise, and the burden on our healthcare system will only grow. Madam Speaker, you can see plainly we have more than past the time for action. We must fulfill our duty as parliamentarians and for many of us as parents to protect our children's health. We must heed the calls of the United Nations and of the World Health Organization, who have been resolute and unequivocal on the very clear harm the marketing of certain foods and beverages to children can cause on their overall well-being. As you may be aware, Norway's government has just voted this past June to adopt very similar legislation. Norway is not alone in this endeavor, and a growing number of countries, including the United Kingdom and Spain, are also developing similar legislation after years of seeing the ineffectiveness of industry's self-regulation. The international community is moving in the right direction in taking steps and legislative measures to tackle the issue of marketing to kids. Let's draw a lesson from Norway, as well as other countries which place the importance of children's health before the monetary interest of multi-billion-dollar industries. Let's pass C-252, but let's do it now. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the stakeholders and researchers who have advocated for the passage of C-252, and to sincerely thank my colleagues in the House and also at the Health Committee for their comments and questions. Madam Speaker, voting in favor of Bill C-252 means supporting concerned parents across Canada who are currently having to battle against the influence of a multi-billion-dollar industry. It means supporting parents who are trying to teach their children to develop healthy eating habits. It means accepting the best science available on this issue and listening to the growing concerns, chorus of researchers and healthcare professionals who have been telling us for years that this legislation is needed. It means joining the international community in its growing efforts to improve the global well-being of children across the world. In short, voting in favor of this bill means prioritizing children's health and the well-being of kids from St. Leonard, St. Michel, and across the country from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Yes, and that was the right to reply, and therefore the question is now as follows. Ms. Latanzio, seconded by Ms. Diab, move that Bill C-259 enact to amend the Food and Drug Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children, be now read a third time and do pass. Si un député participant
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Parliamentary Secretary.
What's the recorded division?
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À l'ordre.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to address the House on the critical issue of the opioid crisis. So many of our communities, so many of our families have been devastated by this metastasizing crisis in terms of the use of dangerous opioids in our communities. And after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government and their approach to this, it's very clear that after 8 years, the NDP Liberal approach to this issue is not working. You've heard many people say that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, but that is particularly the case in terms of the human cost, not just the financial cost, but the human cost. And you hear members of other parties speak about the science, allegedly about their approach, which they posit is better than alternatives. But it's clearly not working. You can see in all of our communities the real substantial human cost associated with their failed response to the opioid crisis. And Conservatives are proposing an alternative, a common-sense approach that opposes giving free drugs to those who are struggling, but instead seeks to bring home our loved ones drug-free. I would say that's a common-sense response. And the Liberal NDP response, after 8 years providing more taxpayer-funded drugs to people, it's not common sense, it's not working, and it has an incredible human cost. Madam Speaker, my question was about aspects of the background of the opioid crisis as well. And here's the background of this. That a company called Purdue Pharma developed a new opioid product, OxyContin, which they intentionally marketed to as many people as possible. They called it the drug to stick with, the drug to start with, the drug to stay with. And they ran a very effective marketing campaign. The goal of that marketing campaign actually was very similar in its premises to the arguments for safe supply made today. That is that this corporate seller of drugs, Purdue Pharma, pushed the idea that all you had to do was remove stigma and make drugs available, and then everything would be fine. Of course, there was no stigma around this product when it was initially released because it was a new product. They sought to market OxyContin as being less risky, when in fact it was more risky than opium and certain other available opioids. So there was clear dishonesty and manipulation of the marketing of this product. There wasn't any stigma at the time, but clearly the effect of making this dangerous drug available to more and more people was that many people became addicted, and because of the tolerance-inducing nature of opioids, they moved on to harder and more dangerous drugs, eventually moving on to things like fentanyl in many cases. As a result of the lies that were told at the time by Purdue Pharma, and the fact that McKinsey, the consulting company that's so close to this government, McKinsey was involved in supporting Purdue Pharma in that marketing campaign. Because of the lies that were told, these companies have been required to pay massive compensation in the United States. And yet, when I put forward an amendment before this House calling on this government to sue for all damages associated with the opioid crisis, they voted no. And they said, well, we're going to sue for some of the damages. We're going to eventually sue, we're going to eventually join provincial class action lawsuits to sue for some of the damages. But there are many of the different damages associated with these drugs the federal government is not even contemplating suing for. That's why I believe they opposed my amendment. Now, why are they siding still with Big Pharma that's trying to sell drugs to people instead of siding with the victims and helping us to bring them home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sports and Physical Activity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be in the House tonight for our adjournment debate with my honourable colleague. I agree with the member that the unfettered marketing of opioids to people in the United States and in Canada has led to extreme amounts of harm, and our government is here to ensure that we achieve accountability with Purdue Pharma. And we're currently working with provinces and territories on the substance use challenge that our country faces. I do understand that the member opposite has a different opinion on how to deal with substance use and addiction. However, Madam Speaker, we are entitled to our own opinions, but not our own facts. Substance use harms extend far beyond overdose deaths. The complicated and very multifaceted nature of substance use harms and the intersection of the overdose crisis with several complex social issues such as mental health, homelessness, experiences of trauma, and multi-generational impacts of colonialization means that the most vulnerable people in Canada are the most impacted by this crisis. And that's why we need a comprehensive, integrated, and evidence-based response that is grounded on the 4 internationally recognized pillars of substance use policy that the member opposite and the Conservative Party do not seem to understand. They are prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement. Not one or the other, not one against the other, but all 4 of those principles. The toxic drug supply is killing people. People don't know what they're consuming. People fear criminalization, which leads them to use alone and die alone, Madam Speaker. In 2018, the province of British Columbia commenced a proposed class action suit on behalf of all federal, provincial, and territorial governments against 50 opioid manufacturers and distributors for allegedly acting inappropriately in the sale and distribution of opioids in Canada. In addition, British Columbia commenced a separate proposed class action in December of 2021 on behalf of all federal, provincial, and territorial governments against McKinsey & Company, which allegedly acted inappropriately in the course of providing consulting and advisory services to opioid manufacturers and distributors in relation to marketing and promotion of opioids in Canada. The Government of Canada supports provinces and territories in their efforts to recover healthcare costs from any company that acted inappropriately in the marketing and distribution of opioids, and we will be a party to these litigation whether or not it's necessary. I should correct that. We will be a party to these litigations should they be certified. I appreciate the interest of the opposition on this issue and him agreeing that it's an important thing to do. The accountability is absolutely necessary, but they can see that we are already acting on the issue, and I fully invite the member and his party to continue supporting us in ending the crisis instead of continually raising stigma. This litigation is an example of the significant cooperation that exists with provinces and territories as we work together to address the overdose crisis. Because that's what this crisis is calling for, cooperation across party lines, across orders of government, in collaboration with all of our partners. The health and safety of Canadians is our government's first and top priority. Since the start of this overdose crisis, we have taken significant actions and made commitments of more than $1 billion to respond. We can't end this crisis alone, Madam Speaker. It's our collective obligation and responsibility to work together as parliamentarians with provinces and territories and our community stakeholders to do what they can and what we can to respond to it. What I would like to know, Madam Speaker, is that why the party opposite is continuing to oppose harm reduction. What would the member opposite say to the over 50,000 people whose overdoses have been responded to and reversed? They would otherwise be dead, Madam Speaker. Does his party realize that the more than 4 million visits to safe consumption sites across this country represents 4 million contacts with a healthcare provider? On this side, we want to save lives, not overly stigmatize addiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There were aspects of that response that were frankly bizarre. First of all, let's be clear. This NDP Liberal approach is just not working. The member said that one is not entitled to one's own facts, even if one can have one's own opinion. And that is true, of course, that all one has to do is look at the impact. The drug abuse, the disorder, the crime we're seeing in our streets to see the impact of this failed NDP Liberal approach over the last 8 years. Now, he mentioned stigma. In fact, he accused me of trying to raise stigma. Let me be very clear, Madam Speaker. I do not think we should stigmatize individuals. I think individuals need help. We need to work on providing individuals with treatment and recovery. That's what our approach emphasizes, the common sense of treatment and recovery. But I do think we need to have an appropriate fear associated with dangerous substances. These are extremely dangerous substances that the government has decriminalized in BC and is giving away to people who are struggling with taxpayers' dollars. That's what's wrong.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'll say it again. we're all entitled to our own opinions, but not our own facts. This is not a liberal NDP approach to solve for the addictions epidemic and helping people who are suffering from addiction. It's an evidence-based response. It's one that's internationally recognized by all stakeholders. I'd encourage the member to perhaps schedule a meeting with Mothers Against to Stop the Harm, or any of the many organizations that are advocating for more support for people living with addictions. And indeed, as long as we stand against the 4 pillars, all 4, as I said, not against each other, not one or the other, not cherry picking which ones we like best, all 4 pillars of addictions response is important, and not cherry-picking them is of the utmost importance, Madam Speaker. We're continuing to be committed to ensuring that individuals and organizations who are legally marketing or supplying drugs are held accountable, while also supporting pathways to care for people who are experiencing or they're at risk from substance use, Madam Speaker. People who use substances, their families and their communities around them, they need us, and they use every single tool at our disposal to provide compassionate care and to maintain community safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
So sorry, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to discuss the question that I first raised on May 18th of this year. It was a question to the Minister of Environment on the topic of the Ontario Greenbelt and the potential for water policy and water governance to provide assistance and additional tools to the minister. So as many members in this place will know, since I asked that question in May, the province of Ontario, the Premier, Doug Ford, has admitted he made a mistake. That's putting it mildly. But the point of my question remains relevant. It is not moot. And I'm afraid the point of my question was missed by the Honourable Minister of Environment when he responded to me. I was suggesting to him that water governance and water law and policy presents the opportunity for usable tools, and the Minister of Environment hasn't been looking at water governance very much and keeping it up to date. So I pointed the Minister of Environment in the direction of the Great Lakes Annex, which is an agreement, a legally binding agreement between Canada and the United States, as well as 8 U.S. states and 2 Canadian provinces. It's an extraordinary and robust document that actually gives us legally binding tools. I look now, and again, the Minister of Environment at the time raised other ways that he might be prepared to protect the Greenbelt. So in general, we agreed. But I do think it's appropriate now in October to raise issues about where are we in water governance and water policy, particularly the long promised Canada Water Agency. We've made progress. We've heard a number of announcements. It's gotten increasingly specific. We now know the Canada Water Agency will be based in Winnipeg. But double checking the Government of Canada website before our debate tonight, I find the same language that, quote, legislation will be introduced in 2023 to establish the Canada Water Agency as a standalone agency. So months have passed, and we still don't have that standalone legislation before this place. Now we're still in 2023, so the Liberal government has part of October, all of November, and part of December to table that legislation. I'd like to remind them of its importance. When we look at water governance and water policy, we look at the need, which has been referenced through all manner of expert reports and blue ribbon panels, to engage federal, provincial, municipal orders of government, to, as I said before, looking at in terms of the basins in Canada and the U.S. shared basins. We have to look at international law. We also have to really engage, which we have not yet done, Indigenous nations and peoples in the policy and water governance. And we have to do all of this with a climate lens. We're the only country in the G7, I was surprised to find the other day, that doesn't have any water agency to predict water events, such as predicting floods, predicting droughts, being aware that the climate crisis has a specific and immediate impact on water. So in the time remaining, Madam Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity, as I tried to do back in May in question period, to remind this government that water and water governance, engagement of different orders of government is critical in moving forward. We have opportunities to coordinate and to ensure that we update the existing set of international agreements we have to take more into account of climate and Indigenous roles in the protection of healthy waterways, which is in all of our interests as we try to adapt to an increasingly warming world. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I imagine I'll have a lot to discuss with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and sincerely, I look forward to when the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands returns to the House, and I hope that you're doing well, my friend. I hope that you're recovering and feeling good. I look forward to having this discussion, hopefully in person when you return to the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, I'd like to focus the first half of my answer on the Greenbelt. It's a moment to celebrate. It's a moment to rejoice. Indeed, victory on the Greenbelt is a big win for Ontario. There are lots of groups that we have to thank for this, but I have the opportunity now to do something that I've never done before, which is read directly from my householder that's going out to my constituents in Milton, because the question resembled a question that I asked myself and my constituents were asking me, so I answered it in a monthly community newsletter. So I'm going to read directly from it. Victory on the Greenbelt, a big win for Canada. Back in March, Canada's Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, Stephen Gill, I'll just say the member because I'm not allowed to say his name, announced that our government would be investing in real and potential environmental, economic, social and health impacts related to developing parts of the Greenbelt. Due to the Premier's recent cancelling of his provincial government's plan to develop parts of the Greenbelt, we subsequently announced that we are suspending the urban park study indefinitely because it's no longer necessary. This is great news. The reversal reflects the collective efforts of citizen advocates, independent journalism, researchers, environmentalists, conservation authorities, and municipalities who tirelessly voiced their objections to Doug Ford's plan. Their commitment has reaffirmed the significance of maintaining the Greenbelt's integrity. This is a big win for our province, and I want to express my personal gratitude to these stakeholders and everyone who used their voice to safeguard this most vital natural resource. And Madam Speaker, I'd add the Leader of the Green Party and the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands to that list. The plan to develop luxury homes and create brand new neighbourhoods on Ontario's hinterland as proposed by Premier Ford's government was never a sustainable approach for addressing our housing affordability concerns. The federal government will remain steadfast in our mission to protect the natural environment, including Ontario's Greenbelt, towards a greener, more sustainable future for all Canadians. I will continue to call for the responsible urban planning, sustainable development, and preservation of green spaces that Ontarians demand, and ensure that the well-being of current and future generations is upheld. I look forward to more details from Premier Ford and how they will continue to strengthen the protections of all Greenbelt and ecologically vulnerable land in our region. Madam Speaker, I'd like now to turn to our work on water. I was very, very pleased that in Budget 2023, we saw a historic $650 million towards the maintenance and restoration of much of our Great Lakes. And that is so important, not just because I love the Great Lakes. I spent a lot of time paddling on the Great Lakes, but it's important because Canada is really the water holder, the water keeper of the world, and particularly with respect to fresh water. So these 24 new projects that we just announced on September the 28th will restore water quality and ecosystem health in areas of concern. It'll prevent toxic and nuisance algae. It'll engage with Indigenous peoples in Great Lakes restoration and protection. That $650 million over 10 years that I referenced includes an investment of $420 million for the Great Lakes, which was announced by the Prime Minister with a focus on accelerating Canada's implementation of the Canada-United States Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. It also includes $22.6 million over 3 years, starting this year, to support better coordination efforts to protect freshwater right across Canada. And last but certainly not least, Madam Speaker, is the new Canada Water Agency. It's the federal focal point for all freshwater. We'll be working in partnership with Indigenous peoples, provinces, territories, and stakeholders to strengthen collaboration efforts on freshwater, and it'll deliver on key elements of the strengthened Freshwater Action Plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I hate to disillusion him in terms of the levels of support this government is giving to water, but the notion that $650 million is historic for the Great Lakes, back in the days when former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney made real strides in protecting the Great Lakes. That was a small amount compared to the billions a year that was being spent. We had an Inland Waters Directorate in Burlington, Ontario, with several thousand staff We need to rebuild our capacity in inland waters, fresh water, and freshwater science. And that will take a standalone agency to create the Canada Water Agency. That legislation is due any minute. Does the Parliamentary Secretary have an update for us? I'd be grateful to know. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, again, Madam Speaker, I look forward to discussing this in person upon the return of my honourable colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands. But indeed, the federal government is making Canada's largest ever investment in protecting the nation's sources of all fresh water, which includes the Great Lakes. Commitments recently announced by the government during the U.S. President Biden's visit include some of the over $650 million investments, but it brings us very, very close to a $1 billion commitment that we've aimed to achieve. There are other efforts which we could include in that long list of things that we're going to invest in. But Madam Speaker, I would just say and add to the remarks that I made earlier with respect to all of the investments that we've made over the past couple of years, that I'm enthusiastic about any further efforts to conserve and protect Canada's greatest natural resource. And I know that work with the Canada Water Agency is underway. Indeed, the Prime Minister named the first ever Parliamentary Secretary for Water.
A motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.